Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I woke to the sound of water lapping too steadily against the rocks, like someone breathing in their sleep. The lake had gone flat before midnight. I remember that clearly because I had stood at the edge of it after we put out the fire. Watching the moon lay a clean white path from the opposite shore to our feet. My wife had already zipped herself into the tent. My brother was brushing his teeth with a bottle of water, spitting into the dirt. The kids were whispering inside their sleeping bags. It was an ordinary end to an ordinary first day of camping. When the sound woke me, I thought the wind had picked up. I pushed myself up on one elbow and listened. The tent walls were still. The trees weren't moving. The air felt held. I slid the zipper down a few inches and looked out. The lake was silver and flat again, bright enough under the moon that I could see the far bank as a darker band. For a second I thought I was still dreaming, because something stood out there in the middle distance, exactly where the moonlight was strongest. It was a person-shaped figure, not swimming, not waiting, standing. I blinked hard and leaned forward until my shoulder pressed into the tent pole. The figure didn't move. It wasn't thrashing or treading water. It was upright, arms at its sides, head slightly angled as if looking down at its own reflection. I unzipped the tent the rest of the way and crawled out onto the gravel. The cold hit me fast, and with it the smell of wet stone and pine sap. I stood up slowly, waiting for my eyes to adjust, expecting the shape to dissolve into some trick of light. It didn't. My brother came out of his tent a moment later. He followed my line of sight without asking what I was looking at. He stopped breathing, the way people do when they see something they don't have a category for. The figure was at least 30 yards from shore, positioned where the lake dropped off into its deepest part. We'd rented a small aluminum boat that afternoon, and the marina owner had warned us about the sudden depth there. You couldn't stand in that water. The surface around the figure was undisturbed. No ripples radiated from its legs. No dark shape beneath it. Just a vertical silhouette cutting into the moon's reflection. Behind us, the tent zipper raft. My wife stepped out and came to stand between us. She didn't say anything. I heard one of the kids shift inside. Then the smaller one asked what was going on. My wife told them to stay put. We stood shoulder to shoulder on the rocky shore, the three of us, staring at something that looked like a man standing on the lake. It began to move. There was no preparatory motion, no splash. One moment it was still, the next it was walking toward us. The steps were even and unhurried. Each foot seemed to settle on the surface without breaking it. The water did not dent beneath its weight. It did not leave a wake. The moonlight stayed intact around its legs as if it were moving across glass. My first thought was that someone had rigged something out there, a platform, a hidden dock, but we had boated over that exact stretch earlier. There were no structures, no buoys, nothing but open water. The figure kept coming. At around 20 yards out, details should have sharpened. Instead, the shape remained a uniform darkness, like a person cut from heavier night. I couldn't make out clothing. I couldn't see a face. The proportions were right for an adult, neither especially tall nor short, but the edges of it seemed slightly blurred, as though it wasn't fully committing to the air around it. My brother took a step forward onto the damp sand, as if drawn. I grabbed his sleeve without looking at him. The fabric felt thin and ordinary in my hand, a small reassurance against what we were seeing. The figure closed the distance in steady strides. Behind us, the smaller of my kids started crying softly. The sound seemed wrong in that quiet. My wife turned and told them, calm and firm, to stay inside the tent and zip it up. The zipper moved. The crying dulled when the figure reached the shallows. I expected some break in the illusion. Even if it had crossed the deep part somehow, it would have to displace water near the shore. It didn't. It walked straight from the lake onto the narrow strip of sand. There was no splash, no wet footprints, no sheen of water clinging to it. The sand beneath its feet didn't darken. Now it was close enough that I could see the outline of shoulders and the tilt of a head. It faced us directly. I felt with a certainty I can't justify that it was aware of each of us separately, not scanning the group, but meeting us one by one. I waited for it to cast a shadow under that bright moon. Every rock and cooler and folded chair behind us threw a clear shape on the ground. The figure did not. It took 3 more steps onto dry land, and then angled slightly to its right, toward a narrow birch tree that stood alone at the edge of our campsite. The tree trunk was thin, no wider than my thigh. You could not hide a grown person behind it without some part of them showing. The figure moved behind the birch. We all shifted sideways instinctively, trying to keep it in view. For a fraction of a second, its outline overlapped with the pale bark. Then it was gone from sight. We waited for it to emerge on the other side. It did not. No sound of running footsteps, no rustle in the brush, no snap of twigs. The woods behind that tree were sparse for several yards. Before the undergrowth thickened, there was nowhere to disappear in a single step. My brother was the first to move. He walked toward the tree slowly, hands slightly out from his sides as if approaching a wild animal. I followed him. My wife stayed back near the tents, watching the trail line. The sand, where the figure had crossed, was smooth. There were our footprints, clear and dark, and the scuffs from our shoes earlier in the evening. There were no new marks leading from the water to the tree. I reached the birch and put my hand against the trunk. It felt cool and solid. I stepped around it. There was nothing behind it, just the same open patch of ground we had seen 100 times since arriving. A flat area with scattered pine needles and a single folding chair tipped on its side. I walked a slow circle around the tree, scanning the ground for any sign of disturbance. The soil was dry. The needles were undisturbed. There was no indentation, no broken branch, no displaced stone. My brother went a few yards into the woods anyway, pushing aside low branches, checking behind larger trunks. I could see him clearly in the moonlight. He was fully visible the entire time. Whatever had walked off the lake had not gone that way. We stood there for a long moment, both of us breathing too hard for how little we had done. My wife called out quietly from the campsite, asking if we saw anything. I told her no. My voice sounded flat, like it belonged to someone else. We did not go back to sleep. We sat in a tight cluster on the coolers until the sky began to lighten. The kids eventually dozed again, curled against their mother. My brother and I kept watching the lake. It remained perfectly ordinary. At first light, we walked the shoreline in both directions for a good distance. We looked for hidden docks, submerged platforms, ropes, anything that could explain how a person might appear to stand and walk across the surface. There was nothing. The marina owner came by mid-morning in his small boat to check on a different group farther down. My brother flagged him over and asked, as casually as he could, about any floating structures or maintenance work in the deep section of the lake. The man looked confused. He said that part dropped to over 30 feet and was kept clear for boating. He had lived there his whole life and had never heard of anyone putting anything out there. We did not tell him what we had seen. We packed up early. The drive home felt longer than it should have. The kids were unusually quiet in the back seat. At one point, my older child asked if people could walk on water if they knew how to balance correctly. I said no, not in real life. I have replayed that night more times than I can count. I have tried to assign it to a shared misperception, some alignment of light and shadow that our brains turned into a moving figure. But misperceptions don't leave the shore untouched. They don't walk from deep water onto dry sand without so much as bending a blade of grass. All 5 of us saw it. We don't talk about it much now. When we do, the details line up too cleanly. The distance, the pace of the steps, the way it angled behind the birch and failed to come out the other side. What unsettles me most is not that something crossed the lake without sinking. It's that it chose our small stretch of shore as its destination. It walked straight toward us as if the moonlight were a path laid down for that purpose. I sometimes think about how long it might have been standing out there before I woke up. Whether it had been watching the tents, the dying embers of our fire, the shapes of us moving inside thin walls of fabric. The lake is still there. People fish it, swim in it, rent boats and drift across its deep center without hesitation. In photographs, it looks harmless, even inviting, a clean oval of blue between green hills. But when I picture it at night, I no longer see an empty surface. I see a flat silver expanse with just enough strength to hold something upright, something that can step from open water onto land without leaving a trace, and slip behind a tree too narrow to conceal it, and not come back out. I knew something was wrong before I even sat up. The shelter roof was sweating from the night's humidity, a slow drip tapping the edge of my Tyvek ground sheet. Pale morning light leaked through the slats, flattening everything into gray shapes. My pack sat where I'd left it, leaned against the back wall. My trekking poles were collapsed and tucked beneath the bench. Nothing looked overturned or rummaged through, but my boots were wrong. I always lined them up heel to heel, toes pointing toward the opening of the shelter. It's habit after years of long-distance hiking. Keep your gear squared away, ready for a quick exit if the weather turns. This pair sat slightly angled, the left toe nudging inward, as if someone had set them down without thinking. I stared at them for a long time before I reached over. They were the same model I wore, same brand, same faded charcoal color with the line stitching. Even the fray near the top eyelets looked familiar. For a few seconds I convinced myself I'd just forgotten how I'd placed them the night before. Then I picked one up. It felt lighter, used. I slid my right foot inside, and my toes jammed hard against the front. My heel crushed the back wall of the boot. I pulled it off and checked the size printed along the inner lining. 2 sizes smaller. I thought I was still half asleep. I blinked hard, rubbed the grit from my eyes, and checked again. Same model, same tread pattern, same scuff on the outer toe cap, but not mine. My boots were gone. The woods beyond the shelter were quiet in that early morning way. Before the day hikers showed up and before the sun burned the mist off the ridge, the Appalachian Trail curved downhill a few yards away. A narrow corridor of dirt and roots threading through rhododendron and oak. I'd gone to sleep alone. I was sure of it. I always do a mental inventory before I bed down. Who's here? Where are they set up? Any red flags? Last night there had been an older guy cooking ramen when I arrived. He packed up before dark, said he was pushing another 5 miles to camp by the creek. After that, it was just me. I ate a cold tortilla with peanut butter, hung my food bag from the bear cable, and crawled into my quilt. I remember listening to something moving in the brush, probably a raccoon, and the wind brushing the leaves. No footsteps, no voices, no sign of anyone else. I picked up the other boot and turned it over. The soles were worn thin at the ball of the foot. The lugs had rounded edges from miles of rock. Whoever owned these had walked hard in them. Inside the right boot, I felt something crinkle beneath my fingers. There was a folded piece of paper tucked under the insole. For a moment, I just held it, my heart punching hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. This wasn't random. This wasn't some hiker grabbing the wrong pair by mistake. Someone had come into the shelter while I slept. They had knelt where I was kneeling now. They had handled my boots, and they had left these. I unfolded the paper carefully. The writing wasn't English. It wasn't any language I recognized. The letters were tight and angled, written in dark ink that had bled slightly into the fibers. Some characters looked almost familiar, like they belonged to an Eastern European alphabet, but the words didn't resolve into anything I could sound out. There were no doodles, no smiley face, no crude threat, just 3 short lines of text. My mouth had gone dry. I checked the back of the paper, expecting a name or a date. Nothing. I set the note on my ground sheet and stood, scanning the shelter. My pack was still closed. I unzipped the brain pocket and checked inside. Headlamp, map, wallet, everything there. I dug into the main compartment, quilt, stove, food bag line, untouched. I stepped outside in my socks and looked around. The dirt floor of the shelter was hard-packed, useless for prints. But outside, the ground was softer from last night's damp air. I circled slowly, trying not to step over anything important. There were footprints everywhere, old and new. The shelter saw regular traffic, but I was used to reading trail signs. After thousands of miles, you get an eye for what's fresh. A set of tread marks led up to the shelter entrance. They were deeper than the others, pressed in while the soil was still damp. The pattern matched the boots sitting inside. Worn lugs, slightly uneven wear on the left outer heel. The track stopped just inside the threshold. They didn't lead back out. I crouched lower, squinting. Maybe I was missing something. Maybe they overlapped older prints in a way I couldn't separate. But from where I knelt, it looked like someone had walked in and vanished. A chill slid under my skin despite the warming air. I went back inside and sat heavily on the bench. The smaller boots stared up at me, mute and patient. There was a simple explanation. There had to be. Another hiker had come in late, quiet, efficient, swapped boots intentionally, left a note for me to find, then slipped away before dawn. But why? Boots are personal. You break them in over weeks. You learn their pressure points, their flex. You don't casually exchange them like water bottles, unless you're desperate. I picked up the smaller pair again, and inspected them more closely. The laces were newer than the boots themselves, tied in a double knot, neat and tight. The insoles were flattened, molded to someone else's feet, narrower than mine. There was dried mud packed into the seams, red clay from lower elevations, not the dark soil of this ridge. Whoever owned them hadn't started here. A memory surfaced from last week, a story at a hostel about a guy who'd been hiking in boots 2 sizes too small because he'd lost his originals crossing a river. His feet were blistered raw. He'd refused help. Trail stories are like that. They grow teeth as they pass from mouth to mouth. I pressed my thumb against the toe of the smaller boot and imagined someone cramming their foot inside, wincing, forcing miles out of it. Then I looked down at my own bare feet. Without my boots, I was stuck. The nearest road crossing was almost 12 miles south. The last town I'd passed was even farther back. I couldn't hike that distance in socks, not over rocky terrain. The smaller boots were useless to me. Whoever had taken mine knew that. The realization came slow and heavy. This wasn't theft for value. My boots were worn but serviceable, not worth much money. This was an exchange, a deliberate swap. I folded the note again and slipped it into my pocket. My hands were steady now, but my thoughts were racing. Someone had been close enough to hear me breathing, close enough to study my gear in the dark. They had chosen not to take my pack, not to touch my food, not to harm me. They had only taken my boots. I replayed the night in my head. I sleep lightly on trail. Every rustle usually wakes me, but I'd been exhausted yesterday, pushing miles to beat the forecasted heat. Maybe I'd slept harder than usual, or maybe they were that careful. I walked to the edge of the shelter and looked down the trail in both directions. Empty. No movement. No distant figure rounding a bend. The sky was clearing to a hard blue. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in narrow beams. I had a phone in my pack, but there was no service up here. There hadn't been for 2 days. I sat back down and forced myself to think practically. First, check everything again. I went through my pack piece by piece. No missing food. No missing water filter. My ID and cash were intact. The only thing gone was my boots. Second, consider motive. If someone had needed footwear badly enough to take mine, they would have taken the smaller pair with them, but they left them behind, unless they were already wearing mine, which meant they had arrived barefoot or in some other damaged footwear. I tried to picture it. A stranger stepping silently into the shelter, slipping off ruined shoes, sliding into my boots, placing theirs where mine had been. It would have taken minutes, maybe less. I looked at the beam above where I'd hung my headlamp. It was still there. If someone had leaned over me, I hadn't stirred. A wave of anger cut through the fear. Boots are survival out here. Without them, I was exposed. I stepped outside again, this time moving farther down the trail in the direction of the deeper prints I'd noticed. The soil grew firmer, the signs harder to read. After a few yards, the tracks dissolved into the general scuff of the path. I walked back and tried the opposite direction. Nothing distinct. The intruder had covered their exit well, whether intentionally or just by luck. Back at the shelter, I sat on the edge of the platform and looked at the smaller boots one more time. There was one more possibility I hadn't wanted to consider. What if the note wasn't for me? What if the boots weren't meant as a trade, but as a message? My pulse quickened again. I pulled the paper from my pocket and studied the unfamiliar script. 3 lines, evenly spaced. The ink looked recent, not faded. I held it up to the light, hoping some hidden indentation might reveal English beneath. Nothing. I tried my phone anyway, opening a translation app and aiming the camera at the text. No signal meant no processing. The app spun uselessly. For a moment, a tight panic seized me. The shelter felt smaller than it had earlier. The woods closer. Someone had chosen me. Not robbed at random, in a crowded campsite. Not mistaken in a rush. Chosen while I slept alone on a ridge. The air seemed thinner as the implications stacked up. If they could move through camp without waking me, what else could they do? If they could approach silently once, they could do it again. I imagined lying down tonight in another shelter, wondering if someone was watching from the tree line. And that thought snapped something inside me. I wasn't staying. Confusion had given way to something sharper. A clear, uncomfortable awareness of how vulnerable I'd been. I'd trusted the unspoken rules of the trail, that we look out for each other, that shelters are communal but safe. Those rules had just been rewritten. I laced up my trail runners, lightweight camp shoes I carried for river crossings. They weren't built for miles of rocky terrain, but they were better than socks. I tightened them until my toes pressed against the front. I packed quickly. Movements deliberate and controlled. Quilt stuffed. Stove secured. Food bag retrieved from the cable and sealed. I left the smaller boots where they sat for a long moment. Part of me wanted to throw them into the woods. Another part wanted to carry them as evidence. In the end, I strapped them to the outside of my pack. If I made it to the next road crossing, I'd flag down someone. A shuttle driver. A trail maintainer. Anyone with a radio or a working phone. I'd show them the note. The boots. Explain what happened. Even if they thought I was overreacting, I needed it documented. I stepped off the shelter platform and onto the trail, feeling every stone through the thin soles of my runners. The forest no longer felt peaceful. It felt observant. As I moved south, I scanned the undergrowth, the bends in the path, the spaces between tree trunks. Every snap twig made my shoulders tighten. I kept my pace steady, not running, not rushing, just moving. The ridge dipped and rose again, the terrain turning rocky and uneven. My feet protested with each step, but I pushed through. The sooner I reached help, the better. Several miles in, I stopped at a small clearing where the trail crossed a gravel forest road. It wasn't the main crossing I'd planned for, but it was something. Tire tracks cut through the dust. I stood there, pack on, listening. Wind moved through the leaves. A distant bird call echoed once. No vehicles. I walked into the center of the road and looked both ways, empty curves disappearing into trees. I reached into my pocket and unfolded the note again. The strange letters seemed darker now in full daylight. I took a photo of it anyway, hoping for service farther down. Then I turned and continued along the road, choosing the downhill direction. Each step away from the shelter felt like a small reclaiming of control. But beneath that was a steady, unwelcome understanding. The trail wasn't as anonymous and harmless as I'd believed. Someone out there had my boots. They had stood over me in the dark and made a decision. By the time I reached a bend where the forest thinned and a distant farmhouse roof came into view, my legs were shaking from tension more than exertion. I didn't look back. I kept walking toward the house, the gravel crunching under thin soles, the smaller boots knocking lightly against my pack with every step. A steady reminder that while I slept, someone had been close enough to take what I needed most and leave something I didn't understand. I was 3 miles off the nearest marked trail when I found the staircase. I remember the exact bend in the creek where I left the game path and cut north through a stand of fir that hadn't seen boot prints in years. I had been tracking a buck since dawn, moving slow, reading sign in the mud and the broken tips of brush. The forest out there is the kind that swallows sound. No distant highway, no aircraft, just wind moving high in the canopy and the small practical noises you make when you know you're alone. That's why the shine caught my eye. At first I took it for water, a flash through the trees, a flat reflection that didn't belong to bark or stone. I stepped around a blowdown and saw it clearly. A staircase rising straight up from the forest floor. It was made of polished mahogany, not weathered boards, not gray splintering lumber dragged in from an old cabin site. The wood was deep red-brown, glossy, the grain tight and deliberate. Each step was clean, squared, perfectly aligned. There were no handrails, no platform at the top. It just climbed 12 or 13 steps and stopped in open air. There were no other architectural remains nearby. No foundation stones, no scattered nails, no hint that a structure had ever stood there. The ground around it was undisturbed leaf litter and pine needles. Ferns grew right up to the base as if the staircase had been lowered into place from above. I've hunted that national forest for most of my adult life. I know the difference between something abandoned and something wrong. Old logging camps leave scars. Even after decades, you find rusted cable, broken bottles, squared timbers sinking into moss. This was pristine wilderness, far from the trails and farther from any legal campsite. The buck's tracks led straight past it. I stood there longer than I care to admit, rifle hanging loose in my hands, trying to make it ordinary. Maybe some art installation dragged in by college kids. Maybe a ranger project. Maybe someone with too much money and a helicopter. I scanned for cables, fresh tire ruts, the smell of fuel. There was nothing, just trees and the staircase, gleaming like it had been varnished that morning. I took a step closer. The change was immediate and physical. A pressure settled behind my eyes. My stomach rolled hard enough that I had to swallow against it. The air felt thicker, like humidity before a storm, except the sky above the canopy was clear blue. I stopped walking. Every instinct I've honed over years outdoors. Reading weather, reading animals, reading the subtle shift in a place when something large is nearby, lit up at once. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't awe. It was a clean electric spike of danger. Impending doom is a dramatic phrase. I don't use it lightly, but that's what it felt like. Not fear of a visible threat. Not the alertness you get when you hear a bear moving in brush. This was a certainty that if I went closer, something irreversible would happen. I told myself that was ridiculous. It was wood and nails. I've climbed rickety tree stands in worse condition than that staircase. I've crossed rotten bridges over ravines. My body didn't care about logic. I shifted my weight forward again, testing it. The nausea surged. A metallic taste flooded my mouth. My heart kicked up so hard I could see my pulse in my vision. The forest noise seemed to dim, as if someone had cupped their hands over my ears. I backed up one step and the sensation eased. Just a fraction. That got my attention more than anything. It wasn't random panic, it was proximity. I moved sideways in a slow arc, keeping the staircase in view. The closer my path angled toward the front of it, the worse the feeling became. When I drifted wider, the pressure lessened. It was like standing near the edge of a steep drop in the dark, where your body knows the geometry of the risk before your mind does. I've felt fear in the woods before. A mountain lion once shadowed me for the better part of a mile. I never saw it, but I found the tracks later. Pacing mine, that fear had a direction. It had a source. This was different. This felt like the air around the staircase was charged. I forced myself to look for practical explanations. Maybe some kind of chemical treatment on the wood was off-gassing. Maybe a dead animal was trapped beneath it. rotting, releasing something that made me sick. I circled downwind. The smell of pine and damp soil didn't change. The buck's tracks were still there, crisp in a patch of exposed dirt. They went past the staircase without hesitation. No skids, no sudden turn. If the animal had sensed anything, it hadn't shown in its gait. That unsettled me more. I crouched and touched the ground at the base of the lowest step. The earth was cool and solid, no vibration, no hum. The wood itself looked freshly finished, but there was no sawdust, no footprints in the needles. Whoever put it there had left no trace. I straightened and, against my better judgment, reached out toward the first step. My fingers stopped inches from the surface. The nausea spiked so violently that I gagged. My vision tunneled. A wave of vertigo hit me, the kind you get when you stand up too fast, except I was steady on my feet. For a second, I had the disorienting impression that the staircase wasn't anchored to the ground at all, that it was floating, and the forest floor was tilting away beneath it. I stumbled back and caught myself against a tree. Short breaths. Focus. I scanned the tree line, expecting something to break cover, some obvious predator or human threat to reveal itself. The woods remained still. I have always trusted my body out there. It keeps me alive. When something feels wrong, I don't argue for long, but I'm also stubborn. I told myself I would take one more step toward it, just to be sure I wasn't spooking myself over nothing. I moved forward slowly, measuring the reaction. The dread built in layers, not panic, not yet, just a steady, crushing certainty that I was about to make a catastrophic mistake. At the edge of the lowest step, the feeling peaked. My heart hammered, my skin prickled as if charged with static. The forest seemed to lean inward. I had the irrational but overpowering sense that if I placed my boot on that polished wood, I would not come back down the same person or at all. I stood there, locked between pride and survival. Then something shifted. There was no sound, no movement I could point to, just a tightening in my chest that went beyond fear. It felt like a countdown had reached its final second. That was enough. I turned away. The relief was immediate, but incomplete. The nausea ebbed as I put distance between myself and the staircase, but it didn't vanish until the glossy red was no longer visible through the trees. I didn't run, but I walked faster than I usually do with a loaded rifle in uneven terrain. Only when I reached the creek did I stop and look back. From that angle, there was nothing unusual in the forest, just trunks and shadow. If I hadn't marked the spot in my mind by a split boulder and a lightning-struck 4, I could have convinced myself I imagined it. I didn't finish the hunt that day. I followed the creek back toward the trailhead. My appetite gone, the buck forgotten. The woods felt normal again, birds calling, wind shifting the upper branches. But I kept replaying the sensation in my head. A clean, man-made object in a pristine wilderness. No explanation, no context, and a body response so strong it overrode training and logic. When I got home, I wrote down everything while it was fresh. Locations, distances, weather. I keep a log of my hunts, mostly for my own records. That entry stands out because my handwriting slopes hard to the right like I was trying to outrun the memory. I attached a copy to a general report I filed with the Forest Service, though I left out the part about impending doom and kept it to observable facts. That record exists under my name, and I've kept my own copy marked for reference. No one ever contacted me about it. I went back once, weeks later, approaching from a different direction. I told myself it was to confirm the location, to prove to myself that I hadn't let nerves get the better of me. I never found it. The split boulder was there. The lightning-struck fir was there, scar pale against the darker bark. But where the staircase should have stood, there was only undisturbed forest floor. No depressions where weight had rested. No scuffing of needles. No scent of varnish. I searched wider than I should have, pushing deeper until I risked losing my bearings. Nothing. I haven't gone back since. And I still hunt. I still move through that national forest with the same habits and caution I've always had. But now whenever I see something that doesn't fit, a straight line where there should be only curves, a color that doesn't belong, My body tenses before my mind can name it. I think about the polished mahogany rising out of the earth, steps leading nowhere, catching sunlight in a place that swallows shine. I think about how clean it was, how deliberate, how wrong, and I remember the way my own instincts, honed over years of surviving out there, screamed at me to leave it alone. So I did. Then sometimes survival is just recognizing a warning you can't explain, and choosing to listen, leaving the staircase standing alone in the trees, untouched, waiting. I noticed the star because it wasn't where it should have been. We were deep in a remote canyon in northern Arizona, a place with no marked trails and no cell service, the kind of bowl in the earth that swallows sound and light. The sky that night was clear in a way that feels almost staged, every point of light sharp and steady. I had stepped away from the fire to rinse out a metal mug with the last of our drinking water when I looked up and saw it, a white point hanging just above the canyon's rim. Brighter than the rest and slightly isolated, I remember thinking it was odd I hadn't noticed it earlier. There were 5 of us on that trip, all friends from college, who still made time once a year to get lost somewhere together. None of us were experts in astronomy, but we were used to being outdoors. We could pick out constellations, identify satellites by their steady crawl across the sky, and we knew aircraft lights blinked red and green. This light did none of that. It moved. At first it was subtle, a small shift to the left. I assumed I had shifted my stance. I planted my boots and watched it against the silhouette of the canyon wall. It slid right in a clean straight line, then stopped. Not slowed, stopped. I called the others over without taking my eyes off it. They joined me in a loose line, shoulder to shoulder, all staring upward. The fire cracked behind us. No one joked. We all saw it at the same time when it jerked upward, then cut diagonally down in a sharp angle that no satellite could manage. The movement wasn't smooth like a plane banking. It was angular, almost mechanical, as if the light were a cursor being dragged across the sky. Left, up, right, down. Zigzag patterns that ignored inertia. One of us suggested it might be a drone, but that made no sense out there. We hadn't passed another vehicle for hours. There were no roads nearby, no houses tucked into the canyon, and the light was too high, too bright. It didn't blink or hum. It didn't cast a beam. It just moved. The air felt cooler as we watched, though the fire was still strong. I became aware of how quiet the canyon was. No wind, no insects. Even the faint rustle we'd heard from small animals earlier had faded. The light paused directly above us. That was the moment I felt something change, though I couldn't name it then. The point of light, which had seemed like a distant object against a flat backdrop, suddenly had depth. It was no longer pinned to the sky. It was closer. It began to descend, not in a falling arc, not like a meteor, but straight down, fast and controlled. In seconds, it dropped from star height to something that felt reachable. Its brightness intensified as it came, but it didn't flare or trail. It was a clean, contained white, almost surgical in its precision. We stood frozen around the campfire as the light stopped about 30 feet above us. It hovered without a sound. There was no downdraft, no pressure wave. The flames in our fire did not bend or flicker as if disturbed by rotors. The smoke continued to rise in a thin column, passing beneath the light without disruption. Yet the brightness was strong enough that our shadows sharpened on the canyon walls behind us. I remember looking down at my hand and seeing the bones outlined through my skin, every vein distinct in that white glow. Someone reached for their phone. It was a reflex more than a decision. I heard the faint tap of a screen being pressed. Then another. A second later, one of them said their phone wouldn't turn on. Not in panic, just confusion. I pulled mine from my pocket. The screen was black. I held the power button. Nothing. No vibration. No logo. It was as if the battery had been removed. Another friend checked his watch. It was an old digital model with a backlight. He pressed the side button repeatedly. The display stayed blank. I felt a tightening in my chest then. Not fear exactly, but the awareness that something had crossed into our space and taken control of it. We weren't just watching it anymore. It was affecting us. The light above us pulsed once, a subtle fluctuation, and I felt a faint pressure in my ears, like the change in altitude during a plane's descent. The sensation passed quickly, leaving a slight ringing behind. No one spoke. There didn't seem to be anything useful to say. I tried my phone again. Dead. I held it up toward the hovering light, as if proximity might trigger something. The screen reflected the glow but offered nothing else. The canyon walls were lit halfway up now. Pale stone turned almost silver. Beyond that, the sky remained black and indifferent. The object itself had no visible structure. From below, it was simply a sphere of white, too bright to look at directly for long, yet not blinding. My thoughts were strangely practical. I remember wondering whether this was some kind of military device, a classified aircraft using technology we didn't understand. But that idea fell apart as quickly as it formed. There was no sound of engines, no vibration in the ground, no reason for it to be there. The light shifted slightly to the left, maintaining its height. The movement was instantaneous, with no transition between positions. It didn't glide. It relocated. In that instant, the fire snapped loudly, and one of the logs split. The sudden crack made me flinch. The light responded. It dropped another 10 feet in a blink. The brightness intensified, and for a brief moment I could see the canyon floor beyond our camp, as if it were midday. Every rock cast a sharp shadow. Every grain of sand seemed etched in place. My skin prickled. The pressure in my ears returned, stronger this time, and with it came a sensation I can only describe as static, passing over my body. Not painful, but invasive, as if something were scanning. I had the distinct impression that we were being measured. Then, in the middle of that suspended second, the world narrowed to the light and the fire, and the 5 of us standing exposed beneath it, and I understood with absolute clarity that we were incapable of recording what was happening. The thought didn't feel like my own. It arrived fully formed. The light hovered there for what felt like a long time, though I can't say how long, without functioning watches or phones. Time had no anchor. The fire burned steadily. None of us moved. Then, just as abruptly as it had descended, the light shot upward. There was no acceleration curve. It went from 30 feet above us to star height in less than a second, leaving no trail, no sound. It paused once more high in the sky, a single white point among many, and then it darted sideways in a final sharp angle and vanished. Not faded, vanished. The canyon fell back into darkness. For a moment, none of us reacted. The firelight seemed weak and yellow compared to what we had just experienced. The sky above looked ordinary again, crowded with steady stars. The first sound that broke the silence was a phone vibrating. One of the guys looked down at his hand in shock. His screen had come to life, flooded with notifications as if it had just regained connection. I checked mine. The battery indicator showed the same percentage it had before. No sign of shutdown. The time display suggested only a few minutes had passed since I had last looked at it earlier that night. The digital watch beeped as it reset itself, flashing briefly before returning to its standard display. We checked everything we could think of. Headlamps turned on without issue. A portable speaker that had been sitting near the cooler powered up normally. There was no lasting damage, no drained batteries. One of us tried to laugh it off, suggesting a freak electromagnetic surge. Another mentioned ball lightning, though none of us had ever seen it behave that way. We cycled through explanations that felt safe enough to say out loud, but there was a shared understanding beneath the surface that none of those explanations fit cleanly. I walked to the edge of our camp and looked up at the spot where the light had hovered. The canyon rim was a dark line against the stars. Nothing moved there now. When I glanced back at the others, their faces looked different in the firelight. Not terrified, not hysterical, just altered by the knowledge that something had entered our space, interfered with our devices, and left without leaving a trace we could hold. We stayed up late, though none of us admitted it was because we were afraid to sleep. The fire burned down to embers. Our phones continued to function normally. I even opened the camera app and aimed it at the sky, half expecting it to glitch again. It didn't. In the morning, the canyon looked like any other stretch of desert. Harsh sunlight, layered rock, scrub brush clinging to impossible angles. We searched the ground around our camp for signs of disturbance. There were no scorch marks, no unusual impressions in the sand. The ashes of our fire were undisturbed except for our own footprints. When we hiked out later that day, I kept replaying the sequence in my mind. The zigzagging star, the controlled descent, the silent hover, the dead screams, the sudden return of power. The cause and effect were impossible to ignore. The closer it came, the more complete the technological failure. When it left, everything resumed as if nothing had happened. I've told this story carefully over the years, sticking to what we observed and nothing more. I don't claim it was extraterrestrial. I don't claim it was military. I only know that 5 of us stood in a clear desert canyon under a bright object that moved in ways we couldn't replicate, and every electronic device within our small circle went dark until it decided to leave. Sometimes when I step outside at night and look up at the stars, I catch myself scanning for movement. Most of the time, the sky behaves exactly as it should. Satellites drift predictably. Planes blink their navigation lights. But every so often I'll see a star that seems slightly out of place, and I'll feel that same tightening in my chest, that memory of white light carving our shadows into stone, and I'll wonder what might happen if it decides to come closer again, out of the silent sky. I saw the flash of color before I understood it was a problem. It moved between the trunks at the edge of the clearing, a bright bouncing thing against the dull greens and grays of the mountain slope. We had set up our campsite near a bend in the river where the water widened and slowed, the afternoon light slanting across the surface like sheets of tin. My niece Mara was stacking flat stones by the fire ring while I rinsed tin cups in a plastic basin. When I looked up, she was no longer by the stones. At first, I assumed she had wandered behind the tents to relieve herself or chase a butterfly. The campground was quiet but not isolated. 2 other families were pitched farther up the bank, their laughter drifting in thin strands through the trees. The mountains rose steeply on both sides, granite faces streaked with old runoff, and the river cut through the valley like a seam. It was a place where sound carried strangely. I called her name once, casually, expecting her to answer from behind a tree. There was no answer. I dried my hands on my jeans and walked a slow circle around our site. Her small red sneakers were gone from beside the cooler. The stack of stones lay scattered as if she had abandoned them mid-game. I scanned the tree line and caught another glimpse of that color deeper in the woods, a flash like a balloon slipping through branches. I stepped past the boundary of flattened grass and into the undergrowth. The air changed immediately, cooler and damp. Pine needles softened my steps. The flash appeared again, farther now, bobbing at the height of a child's head. I remember thinking someone had lost a beach ball, that Mara had seen it and followed without telling me. It felt manageable, solvable. I told myself she would tire quickly and turn back. The ground sloped upward before dipping toward a narrow ravine that fed into the main river. I moved faster, my heart beginning to pound with a rhythm that felt out of place in the stillness. I called her name again, louder this time, and heard only the river answering. By the time I reached the ravine, the color was gone. I found her first footprint in a patch of damp soil near the edge. The tread of her sneaker pressed clearly into the mud. It pointed downhill toward the sound of water. The ravine narrowed into a channel where meltwater rushed over rocks, polished smooth by years of flow. The banks were steep, cluttered with fallen branches and slick stones. I slid down carefully, scanning for more prints. There were small scuffs on the dirt, a handprint smeared across clay. She had come this way. I felt the first clean surge of fear then, sharp and cold. Mara was 6. She was fearless in the way children are, with no understanding of distance or danger. The river here was not gentle. Even at its shallowest points, the current could knock an adult off balance. I reached the main riverbank and saw nothing but water and stone. I ran along the edge, calling her name until my throat burned. The other campers heard me and joined the search within minutes. One man jogged upstream, another headed down toward the bend. Someone dialed the ranger station. The sun had shifted lower, flattening the light and turning the river into a glare that made it hard to see beneath the surface. We searched for hours. The rangers arrived with radios and bright vests. They fanned out across the slope, following the path I described. I led one of them to the footprint in the mud. He crouched, measured it with his fingers, and nodded gravely. We tracked the small signs as far as the ravine, and then lost them on the rocks near the water. They asked if she could have crossed on her own. I looked at the river and felt something inside me refuse the idea. The nearest shallow crossing was nearly a mile upstream, a stretch where the water braided around exposed stones. Everywhere else, the current cut deep and fast between slick boulders. A child stepping in there would be swept away within seconds. By late afternoon, the sky had begun to haze over, thin clouds drifting across the sun. The temperature dropped with the light. Searchers combed both banks. A drone lifted briefly above the trees, its faint buzz swallowed by wind. I kept seeing the flash of color in my mind. I described it again and again, bright, round, bouncing just ahead of her. The rangers exchanged looks but wrote it down. One asked if we had brought any toys like that. We had not. It was nearly dusk when someone shouted from downstream. I stumbled over rocks to reach the voice. A ranger stood on the opposite bank waving. Between us, the river churned in a narrow channel where the current accelerated through a choke point of stone. Beyond him, on a stretch of sandy bank I knew we had already searched. A small figure stood barefoot, staring at the water. It was Mara. For a moment, I couldn't move. The relief was so sudden it felt like pain. The ranger downstream crossed at a shallow riffle and reached her first. I watched him kneel, hands gentle on her shoulders, checking her face, her arms. She did not resist. She only looked past him, back at the water. We ferried across at the safer crossing and hurried to her side. Her hair was tangled with leaves. There was dirt on her knees, but her clothes were dry, completely dry, not damp at the hem, not stiff with river water. Dry as if she had been sitting on a log the entire time. I pulled her against me and felt the ordinary warmth of her body, the steady beat of her heart. I remember pressing my cheek to the top of her head and inhaling, expecting to smell river silt or algae. I smelled only pine and the faint sweetness of sunscreen. One of the rangers asked her where she had been. She spoke quietly as if describing something obvious. She said she followed a pretty ball into the trees. She said it kept bouncing away when she got close. She said she tried to grab it near the ravine but slipped, and then a man picked her up. I felt her fingers tighten in my shirt when she said that. The ranger asked what the man looked like. She tilted her head, searching for words. She said he was tall and thin, and that he didn't have a face. Not covered, not blurry, just no face at all, smooth where everything should be. Someone nearby made a soft sound, quickly stifled. She said he carried her across the river because she was scared of the noise. She said his arms felt cold through her shirt. She said he put her down on the sand and pointed toward our campsite. Then he walked back into the trees. There was a long pause after she finished. The river rushed between us, loud and indifferent. I remember looking at the water and imagining a man wading through it with a child in his arms. And I saw how impossible that was. The current would have soaked them both in seconds. The sand where she stood was damp from spray. Even standing there would have left marks on her clothes. Yet the fabric was dry, and the soles of her sneakers, which we found later near the ravine, were the only things wet. One ranger suggested she might have found a fallen log, some natural bridge we had overlooked. We walked the bank with flashlights as the last light drained from the sky. There was no bridge, no narrow crossing, only cold, fast water sliding over rock. As the search wound down, I noticed something else. The sandy patch where she had been found showed only one set of footprints, hers. Small, clear impressions leading from the tree line to the water's edge. No adult prints beside them, no drag marks. No sign that anyone had stood there long enough to leave a trace. In the days that followed, I replayed the sequence in my mind until it lost all sense of time. Afternoon light, a flash of color, a path into the trees. I walked the route again with a ranger to understand how she could have traveled so far. The distance from our campsite to the spot where she was found was just over 2 miles by the river's curve. For a child her age, over that terrain, it would have taken hours even without obstacles. She had been gone roughly that long, but the path between the 2 points required a river crossing that did not exist. The official report used careful language. It described her as having wandered and become disoriented. It noted the absence of physical evidence indicating third-party involvement. It listed environmental factors and the possibility of a misperceived event. I have a copy of that report in a folder at home. The ranger's signature at the bottom, the date stamped in the corner. Nara stopped talking about the man after that first night. When I asked gently weeks later, she seemed confused by my questions. She remembered the ball. She remembered being scared near the water. The rest, she said, was fuzzy. Children are like that. They absorb and release experiences without ceremony, but sometimes when we visit parks or walk near streams, she grips my hand too tightly and stares at the tree line as if expecting something to emerge. Once on a different trail months later, she paused and squinted into the woods. She said she thought she saw the ball again, bright and waiting. There was nothing there when I looked. I have tried to reconstruct a rational explanation. A stranger could have taken her and returned her, but no one was seen, and no vehicle tracks were found on the service roads. She could have imagined the river crossing, wandered along one bank until she reached a natural curve that made it seem like she had crossed. But the geography does not support that. The bank where she was found cannot be reached from our campsite without entering the water, or hiking miles around steep, impassable rock. What unsettles me most is not the idea of a faceless man. It is the small, practical detail of her clothes. Cotton and denim. They would have clung to her skin if soaked. They would have dried stiff and wrinkled in the late afternoon air. Instead, when I hugged her, the fabric felt as if it had never touched the river. I still see that flash of color sometimes when I close my eyes. A bright sphere slipping between trees just beyond reach. I think about how easily a child will follow something beautiful into the woods. I think about how quickly the woods can close behind them. And I think about a stretch of mountain river where the current runs hard and cold. And about a sandy bank on the far side where my niece stood alone, dry as dust, looking back at the water as if someone had just carried her there, and stepped away into the trees, leaving no mark at all on the riverbank. I woke to the sound of my own truck screaming against its suspension. The whole cab lurched hard to the left, then snapped back so violently my shoulders slammed into the door. For a second, I thought I'd parked wrong and was rolling, but the engine was off and the parking brake had been set on level ground. Another shove hit from the side, deliberate and heavy, rocking the truck on its shocks as if someone had climbed onto the bumper and was trying to tip me over. I sleep in the bed of my pickup, under a high camper shell, a setup I've used for years running long routes across the high desert. That shell sits taller than the cab, custom rack on top for spare fuel and a folded solar panel. It's stable in wind. I've ridden out gusts that shoved sand under the doors, and sang through the grasslands like a freight train. This wasn't wind. The truck jerked again, harder. Something struck the rear quarter panel with a deep resonant thud that vibrated through the mattress beneath me. The metal flexed, the frame groaned. I lay still, listening. The desert at night has its own rhythm. Insects ticking in the brush, the faint hiss of cooling sand, distant yips that carry for miles. I heard none of that, just my own breath, shallow and quick, and the soft squeak of suspension settling after each shove. Another impact came, this time from the back. The entire camper rocked forward. My pillow slid. The hanging battery lantern swayed on its hook, throwing slow arcs of yellow light across the ceiling. Someone was out there. That was my first clean thought. Some drunk from a back road, maybe. I'd pulled off onto Bureau land at dusk, a wide sweep of grassland broken by low sage and basalt outcroppings. No houses for miles. A dirt track cut through the field, barely more than twin ruts. I'd followed it a half-mile off the highway to get away from headlights and camped where the grass thinned over hardpan. No campfire. No music. Just me and the truck. The rocking came again. Rhythmic now. Push. Release. Push. Each shove lifted the driver's side tires just enough that I felt the tilt in my spine. I reached for my phone. No signal, which I already knew. I keep it on airplane mode out here anyway. The time read 2:17 a.m. Another shove. Harder. The camper shell creaked above me. Something scraped along the fiberglass roof with a drawn-out rasp. I held my breath and listened past the pounding in my ears. There was a sound between the impacts. A slow, wet drag like palms sliding over dew-slick metal. I imagined a person bracing their hands high and leaning their weight in. But the roof of my camper sits just under 7 feet off the ground. I'm 6 foot even, and I have to stretch to reach the top edge. The truck heaved violently. The strongest hit yet. My duffel slid off the wheel well and thumped against the tailgate. The lantern swung wider, shadows snapping back and forth in frantic arcs. I grabbed the heavy flashlight I keep beside my pillow and clicked it off, so the lantern was the only light. I didn't want to silhouette myself against the window. The side windows of the shell are tinted, but not opaque. From outside, with a bright enough light, you can see shapes. The rocking stopped. The silence that followed felt worse than the impacts. It pressed in, thick and listening. Then came a slow shift of weight above me. Not a thud, not a jump. A gradual compression, as if something had placed both hands flat on the roof and leaned down to test it. The fiberglass bowed slightly. I heard the faint crackle of cooling dew disturbed by contact. I stared up at the ceiling, at the thin liner fabric, waiting to see it split. A dragging sound moved from the rear of the roof toward the front. The weight traveled with it. I could trace its path by the subtle change in pressure. The way the truck dipped a fraction as mass shifted, it stopped directly over my head. I did not move. I could smell the desert through the small cracked vent, dry grass and mineral dust. Beneath it, something else, faint and organic, like turned earth after a rain that hadn't fallen. The pressure lifted. For a moment, I thought it was over. Then the driver's side of the truck rose sharply, higher than before, the suspension protesting in a long metallic groan. The tilt was steep enough that my shoulder dug into the mattress. If it went any farther, it would roll. It held there, suspended, as if balanced on the passenger tires. I pictured something large, not just tall, but heavy, braced against the side, testing how much force it would take to flip me. My hand found the keys by memory. If it tipped, I'd try to start the engine, gun it, anything to break the leverage. The truck dropped back down with a jolt that rattled the tailgate. I waited for the next shove. It didn't come. Instead, I heard movement in the grass. Slow at first, then deliberate. A wide swath of stems brushing together. Not the quick scatter of a coyote or pronghorn. This was sustained, steady displacement, as if something moved in a broad arc around the truck, clockwise. The sound circled me once, keeping distance, grass whispering and flattening under weight. It wasn't stepping lightly, it was pressing through. It completed the circle and stopped somewhere behind the cab. I strained to catch another sound. Breathing, sniffing, footfalls, nothing clear reached me. Minutes passed. I don't know how many, I didn't check the time again. I kept the flashlight clutched in one hand and the keys in the other. Eyes open, body rigid. At some point, the insects began again. A tentative chirp, then another. The desert's normal rhythms seeped back in, cautious but returning. I stayed awake until the sky lightened from black to charcoal, to the faintest wash of gray at the horizon. Only when I could see the outline of the grass through the rear window did I sit up. My body ached from holding tension. The lantern had burned low. I shut it off and waited another minute, listening for any sign that whatever had been out there remained close. Nothing moved. I slid into the cab without opening the side doors, crawled through the pass-through I'd cut between the seats. I locked the camper shell behind me out of habit. Though it felt pointless, the desert at dawn looked harmless. A wide open basin of pale gold grass, stretching to low ridges in the distance. No trees, no rocks large enough to hide behind within 100 yards. I stepped out slowly. The air was cold and thin. Dew clung to the grass tips. Catching the first light, I walked to the driver's side and stopped. The dust along the door panel was smeared in long, upward streaks. Not claw marks. Broad swipes as if something with a large hand had pressed and slid. The streaks began near the middle of the door and angled up toward the roof line. I forced myself to look higher, along the side of the camper shell, near the top edge. The dew had been disturbed in distinct shapes. Handprints, not the small round impressions of a raccoon, or the narrow pads of a bear. These were wide, flat impressions with 5 elongated digits. Each finger extended far past where a human's would naturally end, tapering into narrow points. The spacing between them was wrong for a glove, too wide at the base. They began at the side panel and continued upward, over the curve of the roof. I circled to the back. More prints marked the rear glass, smeared in translucent arcs. One print sat dead center on the upper portion of the shell, easily 8 feet from the ground. I am not short. I jumped once. Reaching, my fingertips barely brushed the lower edge of that print. There were no ladder marks, no tire tracks other than my own. The soil beneath the truck was compacted hardpan with a thin layer of dust. It would have taken something significant to leave a clear impression. I walked the perimeter slowly. The grass told the rest of the story. In a wide circle around my truck, maybe 20 feet out in all directions, the tall stems were pressed flat, not trampled in scattered patches, flattened in a near-perfect ring. The outer edge was uneven but continuous, as if something had paced around the vehicle again and again, pushing the grass outward with its body. Beyond that circle, the grass stood undisturbed, heavy with dew. I stepped into the flattened ring. The grass lay bent in the same direction, clockwise. Following the curve, I found deeper depressions at intervals, spots where more weight had settled. The earth beneath was slightly indented there. Not distinct footprints, but compressed soil. I crouched and touched one of those spots. The ground was cool and damp from the night. The impression was broad, longer than my forearm. I stood and looked back at the truck. The placement of the highest handprint made something clear. Whatever had touched the roof hadn't jumped up and slapped it. The smears ran vertical, controlled, fingers spread and pressing with purpose. It had reached up, planted its hands high, and leaned its weight in, intentionally. I walked to the front of the truck and checked the hood. 2 faint elongated streaks crossed the dust near the windshield, angled as if someone had peered down through the glass. I remembered the moment the weight had stopped directly above me. The idea that it might have been looking through the thin fabric ceiling settled in my chest like a stone. There were no tracks leading away. The hardpan beyond the flattened grass showed nothing distinct. If it had stepped lightly, the soil gave no record. I listened, half expecting another shove in broad daylight. The basin was empty. I considered rational explanations. A group of people with stilts or some kind of tool. But there were no human footprints, no vehicle tracks other than mine, no cigarette butts, no dropped gear. The circle in the grass would have required coordination and repetition. Hours of work for a prank with no audience. A bear would have left claw marks, distinct pads. And there are no bears in this stretch of desert. Not this far south. Wind doesn't press grass into a perfect ring around a single object and leave the rest standing. I took photos with my phone from every angle, though I knew they would flatten the scale, without a person in frame. The height would be hard to judge. I set the phone on a rock and stood beside the truck, reaching up toward the highest print for comparison. Looking at the screen, I felt small next to it. I packed quickly. The routine that usually takes me half an hour took 10 minutes. Every metallic click sounded too loud in the open air. Before climbing into the cab, I walked the circle one more time. The flattened grass glistened in the strengthening light, each blade bent in submission. From a slight rise to the west, the ring was more obvious, a halo of pressed vegetation around my solitary truck. It looked less like pacing and more like containment. I got in, started the engine, and pulled slowly back onto the faint dirt track. As I drove, I checked the mirrors constantly, expecting to see something tall moving through the grass behind me. Nothing followed. The highway came into view, a thin line of asphalt cutting across the basin. Normal traffic moved in the distance, small and indifferent. I merged and didn't stop for the next 100 miles. Even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of that upward tilt, the feeling of the truck balanced on two wheels under someone else's strength. I've camped in storms that rocked me harder, but storms don't pause to drag their hands across the roof. They don't circle in measured steps. I still sleep in the truck. It's my home half the year, but I don't park in open basins anymore. I choose spots near rocks or scrub thick enough to break sight lines. Sometimes, when dew settles heavy on the camper shell, I find myself standing on the tailgate at dawn, checking the roof before I drive off. So far, I haven't seen those elongated prints again, but I know how high they were and how deliberate the smears looked in the morning light. Fingers splayed as if claiming the metal, and when the suspension creaks at night from cooling steel, I lie still and wait, listening to the grass beyond the windows, hoping it stays upright and undisturbed in the dark. I was the one holding the brightest flashlight when we heard her scream. It carried up from the ravine in a thin, tearing line, the kind of sound that makes your shoulders lock before your brain catches up. We had been cutting through the wooded trail behind Mercer's property, taking the shortcut back from the quarry, our shoes sliding on loose shale. The trees were dense there, all second-growth oak and pine, and the ravine split the land like a fresh wound. It wasn't a place people went at night unless they had to. The scream came again, clearer this time, high, breathless, and raw with panic. We stopped moving at the same time. There were 5 of us. Me, Mercer, Danny, Cole, and Isaac. No one said anything at first. The air had that late summer heaviness, thick and damp, and the only other sound was the scrape of wind through dry leaves. The third scream broke into words. "Help me." It rose from below, from somewhere down the rocky drop where the trees thinned and the land fell away into shadow. It sounded close enough that I could almost point to it, but the ravine twisted and sound bounced strangely off the stone. I remember thinking that no one would be down there at night unless something had gone very wrong. Mercer moved first, already angling his light toward the edge. He had grown up exploring those woods and acted like they were an extension of his backyard. We followed because standing still felt worse. The path down wasn't really a path. It was a slanted spill of gravel and exposed roots. My shoes slipped and I had to grab a sapling to steady myself. The beam of my flashlight jittered over rock faces and patches of thorny underbrush. "Help me." It came again, strained and wet, as if the woman's throat were giving out. Danny called out that we were coming, her voice sharp with urgency. It sounded small against the dark. Halfway down, the smell hit me, cold earth and something mineral, like the inside of a cave after rain. The ravine bottom was narrower than I expected, choked with boulders and fallen branches. A shallow trickle of water cut through the center. Glinting faintly, we spread out, sweeping our lights between the rocks. For a few seconds there was nothing. Then, from somewhere ahead and to the right, the scream shifted. It didn't stop abruptly. It stretched, thinned, and broke apart. The last syllable of help smeared into something hollow and rhythmic. The sound tightened into a clicking pattern, fast and precise like stones tapped together in steady intervals. We all froze. The clicking continued, echoing off the ravine walls. It had no breath in it, no tremor, just a dry, deliberate cadence. Cole muttered that maybe it was an animal, a fox maybe. "They can sound human," he said, but even as he said it, the rhythm contradicted him. It wasn't a wail, it was structured. Click, click, pause. Click, 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 pause. It felt like it was answering itself. My light tracked toward a darker shape along the ravine wall, a jagged opening where the rock had split. A shallow cave maybe 10 feet wide, its mouth framed by hanging roots and slick stone. The clicking came from there. We stood clustered together now, the 5 of us shoulder to shoulder without planning it. I could hear Isaac breathing hard through his nose. Danny whispered that someone might still be hurt, as if in response. The clicking stopped. The silence that followed felt swollen. Then, softly, from inside the cave, the woman's voice returned. "Help me." It was closer this time. Too close. The sound had none of the strain from before. It was clean, almost level. My stomach turned. I remember the way the beam of my flashlight shook when I tightened my grip. Mercer took a cautious step forward, angling his light deeper into the cave's mouth. The beam caught on damp stone, and something pale low to the ground. At first, my brain tried to make it a fallen log. Then it moved. It was on all fours, but not the way a person crouches. Its limbs were too long, the joints bending at angles that made its back rise higher than its shoulders. The skin looked almost colorless under the light, stretched thin over a narrow frame. No clothing, no hair that I could see. Its head was turned slightly toward us, tilted in a way that suggested listening. The face was the worst part. The features were arranged correctly, eyes, nose, mouth, but flattened as if pressed gently from the front. The mouth hung open just enough to show darkness inside. The eyes caught the flashlight beam and reflected it back in a dull sheen. For a fraction of a second, it didn't move. Then its jaw shifted. "Help me?" it said again. The words came out intact, but the tone was wrong. There was no urgency, no breathless panic. It sounded like a recording played through damaged speakers. Something in my chest dropped. The head twitched once, sharply, and the mouth snapped shut. The clicking resumed, louder now, bouncing off the cave walls in rapid bursts. The thing's weight shifted backward. It didn't stand. It didn't rise onto 2 legs the way some part of me expected it to. It retreated on all fours, limbs folding and extending in a fluid insect-like rhythm. Its back arched as it moved deeper into the dark, the pale of its body swallowing itself in shadow. I took a step back without realizing it, my heel sliding on wet stone. Mercer swore under his breath. Isaac stumbled into me. Danny made a sound I had never heard from her before. Not quite a sob and not quite a gasp. The clicking grew fainter as the creature pulled farther into the cave. Then it stopped. No echo, no shuffling, just the thin trickle of water and the wind sliding over the ravine rim above us. For a moment, none of us moved. My flashlight beam stayed fixed on the cave mouth, illuminating nothing but rock and hanging roots. Cole whispered that we needed to leave. No one argued. We backed away first, careful not to turn our backs on the opening. The rocks underfoot shifted and scraped. Every small sound felt amplified when we were several yards back. Mercer's light flicked toward the ravine wall to our left, then back to the cave. Nothing moved. The woman's voice did not return. We climbed out faster than we had descended. The gravel gave way under our shoes, and more than once I had to grab for a branch to keep from sliding back down. My heart pounded so hard that it blurred my hearing. At the top, we didn't stop. We pushed through the trees, branches snapping against our arms, until the lights from Mercer's house came into view through the trunks. Only when we reached the edge of the yard did we slow down. No one suggested calling anyone. That still bothers me. In the moment, it felt impossible to explain what we had seen without sounding hysterical. We told Mercer's older brother that we'd heard something weird down by the ravine, probably an animal. He laughed and said foxes can sound like women screaming. I wanted that to be true. Later that night, lying in bed, I replayed the sequence over and over. The scream, the shift, the clicking, the way the words came back clean and empty. There was a necessary order to it that I couldn't ignore. The distress call had drawn us down. It had pulled us closer to the cave, to a specific spot at the base of the ravine. The clicking only started once we were near enough to see. The second help me came from just inside the darkness, placed carefully where we would hear it clearly. It wasn't random. It was a lure. Over the next week, I avoided the trail. The others did too. Though we never formally agreed on it, when we were together, we skirted the topic. If someone brought it up, the conversation thinned out quickly. A few days later, I went online and searched for reports of strange animal sounds in wooded areas. I told myself I was looking for confirmation, for a mundane explanation that would fold the memory into something manageable. Instead, I found scattered accounts on old forums, stories of voices mimicking cries for help near remote trails. Most were dismissed as pranks or misidentified wildlife. A few mentioned pale shapes moving low to the ground. I copied one thread into a document, and when I saved it, the reference tag at the bottom looked like this. Seeing that string sitting there, clinical and impersonal, made the whole thing feel even less real, like it belonged in a database, not in the woods behind a suburban neighborhood. 2 weeks after that night, I drove past Mercer's place alone. It was just after sunset, the sky dimming into that deep blue that swallows detail. I pulled over near the trail entrance and stepped out of the car. I didn't plan to go all the way down. I told myself I just wanted to stand there and listen. The woods were quiet. No wind, no insects. I walked a short distance in, stopping well before the ravine edge. The ground was dry under my shoes. The trees looked ordinary, almost harmless in the fading light. For a while there was nothing. Then faintly from somewhere ahead and below, I heard it. Click, click. Pause. Click, click. Click. The sound carried up through the trees with careful precision. I didn't wait for it to change. I didn't wait to see if the woman's voice would follow. I turned and walked back to my car, every nerve in my body alert to the space behind me. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something pale and elongated crossing the edge of the road on all fours. The ravine is still there. The woods are still there. During the day, families hike the upper trails and kids ride bikes along the wider paths. From above, the split in the land looks shallow, almost unremarkable, but I know what waits along that rock wall where the cave opens into darkness. I know how easily a human voice can be shaped into bait. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and the night air presses against my windows, I hear that rhythm in my memory, measured, patient, practicing, waiting for someone to lean closer to the edge. I remember the first photo because of the way the light hit it. A square of gloss pinned to a pine trunk with a bright orange pushpin that didn't belong in the woods. We were a mile off the marked trail by then, cutting through a dense section of state park forest where the undergrowth thinned, and the trees grew tall and straight, their trunks spaced like pillars. The afternoon sun filtered down in pale strips. I almost walked past it. Then the white border caught my eye. At first I thought it was trash left by campers, some careless souvenir from a weekend trip. I stepped closer, brushing aside a low branch, and saw the image. It was me and Aaron. We were walking single file along the creek bed, our backs to the camera. I recognized the faded green of my pack and the tear in the mesh pocket where I kept my water bottle. Aaron's red cap was turned backward, the strap hanging loose. The photo had that soft, slightly washed out look Polaroids have, like the moment was already old. The angle was wrong for a selfie. It was taken from behind us from maybe 15 feet back. I felt a pulse of confusion before anything else. My first thought was that someone had been on the trail earlier and snapped a picture without us noticing. Maybe we'd crossed paths and forgotten, but we hadn't seen anyone since leaving the parking lot. That was the point of going off trail in the first place. Aaron stepped up beside me, crunching through pine needles. He leaned in without speaking at first. I watched his expression shift from curiosity to something tighter. We stood there too long, both of us staring at our own backs. The photo was pinned at eye level, deliberate, not dropped, not blown there, placed. I pulled it free and turned it over. The back was blank. No date, no message. The paper was still stiff, not curled from moisture. It hadn't been there long. Aaron scanned the trees around us. The woods were quiet in that way that feels normal until you start listening for something specific. A breeze moved through the upper branches. Somewhere deeper in the forest, a woodpecker tapped. I told myself there had to be a simple explanation. A coincidence. Someone with a Polaroid hiking the same unofficial route. Someone who thought it was funny. Then Aaron pointed past me, 10 yards ahead. Another white square was pinned to a different tree. We approached it slowly. This one showed us crossing the shallow part of the creek earlier that afternoon. I was mid-step, one boot in the water, Aaron balancing on a slick rock behind me. The shot was closer this time. Whoever took it had been on the opposite bank, angled slightly uphill. I tried to reconstruct the moment in my head. I remembered the cold shock of the water through my boot. I remembered laughing when Aaron nearly slipped. I did not remember anyone standing across from us with a camera. My stomach dropped in a way that felt physical, like missing a stare in the dark. We began to notice them after that. Once you knew what to look for, the white borders stood out against bark and shadow. Some were higher, some lower, but all at a height meant to be seen. They formed a loose path through the trees, not random, not scattered, a trail that mirrored ours. Each image was of us. Us checking the map, us stopping for water, us pushing through a thicket of brush, always from behind, always from a distance. That suggested someone keeping just out of earshot. In one photo, I was crouched, tying my bootlace. The camera had been close enough that I could see the stitching on my backpack strap. That meant whoever took it had been within 20 feet. I tried to think back to that exact moment. Had I heard a twig snap? Had I felt watched? Nothing came to mind, just the normal sounds of a forest in late afternoon. The realization settled in slowly but completely. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't a random hiker. Someone had been following us, not just following. Documenting, pinning the evidence like trophies. The air felt different after that, thicker. Every shadow between the trees seemed deeper. The woods hadn't changed, but our position inside them had. Aaron suggested we head back. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. The suggestion carried its own urgency. We turned around, retracing our steps toward where we'd left the unofficial path that led back to the marked trail, and eventually the parking lot. I kept scanning the ground for footprints that weren't ours, for cigarette butts, for any sign of another person. The forest floor was a patchwork of needles and old leaves. It swallowed detail. We didn't see anyone, but we kept finding more photos. As we walked back, we noticed that the images were pinned facing the direction we'd been heading, not toward the parking lot, toward the deeper woods. They were meant to be discovered as we moved forward, not as we retreated. That meant the photographer had anticipated our route. One photo stopped me cold. It showed us standing near the old fallen oak, about half an hour earlier, debating whether to veer left or right around a dense cluster of brush. I remembered that moment clearly, because we'd actually argued about it. The photo had been taken from slightly above, angled down. There was no natural rise there, no hill, no boulder tall enough to create that perspective, which meant whoever took it had been standing behind the oak itself, hidden, close enough to hear us. I felt my pulse in my throat. We started walking faster, not running yet, but no longer pretending this was a curiosity. The trees seemed to crowd closer together as we moved. Branches snagged at our sleeves. The light had shifted toward late afternoon gold, the kind that stretches shadows long and thin, about halfway back to where we'd entered the woods. We heard it, a high, thin whistle. It cut through the trees from somewhere behind us. Not a bird call, not wind. It had a deliberate, almost melodic rise and fall, like someone testing a note. We both stopped at the same time. The whistle came again, closer. It wasn't loud, but it carried. It seemed to thread through the trunks, bouncing off bark and leaves so that it was hard to place. Left, right, directly behind. My first instinct was denial. Maybe it was a hiker calling to someone. Maybe it was a trick of acoustics. Then it came a third time, sharper, sustained longer than before. It felt aimed at us. We didn't discuss it. We just started moving. At first it was a fast walk, then a jog. The forest floor dipped and rose unexpectedly. forcing us to watch our footing. Branches whipped against my arms. My breath grew loud in my ears. The whistling continued. Not constant, but frequent enough to keep pace with us. Each time it sounded, it felt incrementally nearer. Not rushed, not frantic, just present. I didn't look back at first because I was afraid of what I might see. When I finally did, I saw only trees, tall, vertical lines, and the fading light between them. No figure, no movement. The whistle came again. Closer, to the right this time. We broke into a full run. The undergrowth thickened near the edge of the unofficial path. We crashed through it, no longer caring about noise. My lungs burned. My pack thudded against my spine. I could hear Aaron's breathing behind me, ragged and uneven. The whistle sounded once more, long and steady. Then it stopped. The sudden absence was worse. We burst onto the marked trail, a narrow dirt path that felt absurdly civilized after the dense woods. The late afternoon light was stronger here, unobstructed by as many branches. I didn't slow down. Neither did Aaron. The parking lot was still half a mile away. Every step felt exposed. The trail curved gently, offering no long sight lines. I kept expecting to hear the whistle again, to feel a hand on my shoulder, to see someone step out from behind a tree. Nothing, just our footfalls and the distant hum of insects. When the parking lot finally came into view through the trees, I felt a surge of relief so intense it made me dizzy. Our car sat alone in the gravel, a dull blue sedan under the fading sun. We didn't stop running until we reached it. So Aaron fumbled with his keys, dropping them once onto the gravel. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the tree line that bordered the lot. The woods looked ordinary from this side, harmless. A flat wall of green and brown, no movement. No whistle. We got inside and locked the doors. The sound of the locks engaging was sharper than it should have been. I leaned back in the seat, chest heaving, and stared through the windshield at the empty lot. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. The silence inside the car felt thick but contained, different from the silence in the woods. Aaron finally said we should call the park ranger. His voice sounded distant to me, like it was coming through a layer of water. I nodded as he reached for his phone. Something caught my eye on the dashboard, a white square. It was tucked under the windshield wiper on the outside, half visible through the glass. I stepped out slowly, every movement deliberate. The gravel crunched under my boots. The air smelled faintly of hot metal and pine sap. The photo was of us running through the trees, taken from behind. The image was slightly blurred from motion, but unmistakable. My shoulders hunched forward, Aaron just ahead of me. The light in the frame was late afternoon gold. It had been taken minutes ago. There was no pushpin this time, just the photo, slipped under the wiper. I looked up at the tree line. The forest stood quiet and dense, the trunks forming a barrier of vertical shadows. The sun was lower now, edging toward evening, casting long bars of light between the trees. Whoever had been following us had made it to the parking lot before we did, or had never left. I turned slowly, scanning every vehicle-sized gap between the trunks. Nothing moved. No figure stepped forward. No whistle pierced the air. Just the steady, ordinary hush of a state park in late afternoon. I got back into the car and locked the door again. Aaron stared at the photo in my hand without taking it. We didn't wait for another sound. We started the engine and pulled out of the lot, gravel spitting from under the tires. As we drove away, I checked the rearview mirror one last time. For a second, I thought I saw a shape just inside the tree line, something darker than the shadows around it. It might have been a trunk angled differently. It might have been nothing at all. The forest swallowed the parking lot as the road curved, leaving only a wall of trees in the mirror, still and impenetrable, holding its silence like it was keeping something. I woke to the sound of something walking upright around my tent. The steps were heavy and deliberate, not the skitter of a raccoon, or the soft, uncertain tread of a deer. They pressed into the ground with a weight that carried through the soil and into my ribs where I lay on my side. I remember the exact position of my hands, one tucked under my cheek, the other resting on the zipper seam of my sleeping bag. Because I froze so completely, I felt preserved in that posture like I'd been set in resin. I had pitched my tent in a small clearing off an unmarked spur trail, miles from the nearest campground. I prefer traveling alone. It keeps the pace simple. No negotiating routes, no talking through every decision, just the map, the trees, and whatever weather comes through. That night had been clear but damp, the kind of late summer humidity that settles low to the ground and never quite lifts. The forest floor had held the day's moisture, and when darkness came it felt like the clearing had sunk into a shallow bowl of cool air. The footsteps circled slowly. They didn't snap twigs or brush leaves aside. They compressed the ground. Each step landed with a blunt finality. I could track it by the subtle shift in pressure through the tent floor, like someone pacing in a small room. I checked my watch by feel and raised it just enough to catch the faint glow. The 1:17 a.m. I told myself it was a person, another hiker off trail. Maybe someone who had followed my path by mistake. Maybe someone curious about the lone tent in a place where there shouldn't be one. That explanation felt safer than any other, even though it didn't explain why they hadn't called out. The steps stopped near my feet. Silence stretched. The kind that fills your ears until you start hearing your own pulse. Then the tent wall beside my legs bowed inward. It wasn't a brush or a tap. The nylon pressed in steadily, flattening against my shin, then my knee. I felt the distinct outline of weight behind it, a broad, unmoving force leaning in. The fabric tightened with a low strain, the poles creaking softly as they absorbed the shift. I sucked in air and held it. The pressure moved higher, dragging along the length of the tent wall until it pressed against my hip and ribs. The shape on the other side wasn't sharp or detailed, just a smooth, heavy displacement, like someone leaning their shoulder and side into the tent and settling there. My sleeping bag pinned my arms. I couldn't roll away without pushing back against whatever it was. For a second, I considered staying still, pretending I wasn't inside, letting it lose interest. The weight increased. The tent wall compressed fully against my side. I felt the cold damp of the outer fabric through the thin layer of nylon, and down. The pole above me bent with a muted groan. The pressure was intimate and deliberate. Not an accidental stumble. Not wind. There was no wind. I shouted without planning to. A raw, wordless sound that tore out of my throat. At the same time, I wrenched my arm free, grabbed my headlamp from the pocket near my face, and slammed the power button. Light exploded against the tent wall, illuminating the pressed-in fabric inches from my nose. The weight vanished. Not gradually, not with retreating steps. It was simply gone. The nylon snapped back to its original shape with a soft recoil. The pole straightened. The clearing outside returned to stillness. I held the beam steady, sweeping it across the tent ceiling and down the opposite wall as if something might be clinging there. My breathing sounded too loud in the enclosed space. I waited for the footsteps to resume. Nothing moved. I listened for at least a minute, maybe longer. No crunch of retreating steps. No brush of leaves. No human voice reacting to my scream. I unzipped the tent slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible despite my shaking hands. The zipper's rap felt amplified, unnatural. The clearing lay open under a thin wash of moonlight. My beam cut across tree trunks and low brush, painting everything in harsh white. The air smelled like wet soil and pine sap. It looked exactly as it had before I went to sleep. I stepped out in my socks without thinking. The ground was soft from the day's humidity. The soil at the edge of the clearing was dark and slightly spongy, holding impressions easily. I knew that because I'd noticed my own boot prints earlier, when I walked the perimeter to check for hazards. I aimed the light at the area where the steps had circled. My prints were there, clear tread patterns leading from the trail to the tent and back to where I'd gathered firewood before dark. There was nothing else. No second set of tracks. No overlapping heel marks. No disturbance beyond the shallow scuffs I'd made myself. I widened the search, sweeping the beam in a slow arc. The damp soil extended several feet beyond the tent before giving way to a denser mat of needles. If someone had walked around me with the weight I'd felt, they would have left impressions. The ground would have recorded it. It hadn't. I crouched and pressed my palm into the soil to test it. It yielded immediately, taking the shape of my hand. When I lifted it away, the imprint remained. My tent wall had been forced inward by something with enough mass to bow a reinforced pole. There should have been a crater beside it, a scuffed patch, broken needles. The earth lay smooth and unmarked. I walked the circumference of the clearing with the light, scanning the tree line. The forest beyond was dense, but not impenetrable. Moonlight filtered through the canopy in thin shafts. If someone had fled into it seconds after I flashed the light, I should have heard them. Even careful movement in that brush produces friction, displaced branches, something. The silence felt constructed. I stood there longer than I should have. The beam fixed on the exact spot where the pressure had been strongest. My mind kept replaying the sensation of the fabric against my ribs, the slow increase of weight. I tried to convince myself I had exaggerated it in half sleep, that I'd been caught between dreaming and waking, but I could still feel the phantom imprint along my side. Eventually the chill reached through my socks and up my calves. I backed into the tent, zipped it shut, and sat upright with the headlamp on. I didn't lie down again. Every small sound, the settling of cooling air, a distant branch shifting triggered a spike of adrenaline. I kept expecting the steps to resume, to feel the deliberate compression of ground moving closer. Nothing returned. The hours until dawn stretched thin and brittle. I stayed seated, back against my pack, light off but ready in my hand. At one point, I thought I heard a faint exhale outside the tent, close to where my head would have been if I'd been lying down. I held my breath to confirm it. It didn't repeat. When the first gray wash of morning filtered through the nylon, I unzipped the door immediately. The clearing looked smaller in daylight, less mysterious. Birds moved through the upper branches, and insects skimmed low over the damp grass. Ordinary forest sounds resumed as if they had only been paused. I stepped out and began a more methodical search. I examined the tent poles. One had a subtle bow that hadn't been there the night before. A slight deviation in the arc near where the pressure had centered. Not broken, just stressed. I inspected the fabric. There was a faint smear of dirt along the side panel at hip height, like something had leaned long enough to transfer moisture. I knelt and studied the ground again. The soil remained unmarred. I expanded the radius, scanning beyond the immediate clearing, into the shaded areas under the trees where the ground was still damp. My own tracks from the previous evening remained crisp. No overlay, no interruption. The lack of evidence was worse than finding something. If there had been footprints, I could have measured them, compared stride length, guessed at height and weight, told myself it was a person who approached and retreated quickly. If there had been animal prints, I could have attributed the pressure to a bear testing the tent out of curiosity, even though the pattern of steps hadn't matched that. Instead, there was nothing. A high-pressure physical interaction had occurred. I had felt it. The tent had responded to it. The pole had bent under it. The fabric had bowed against my body. The ground had not. That contradiction hollowed something out in my reasoning. I packed quickly. I didn't cook breakfast. I didn't bother to fold the tent carefully. I collapsed the poles and stuffed everything into my pack, with a kind of blunt efficiency I reserve for incoming storms. As I worked, I kept glancing at the perimeter, half expecting to see an indentation forming in the grass, a shape displacing air without touching the earth. Nothing revealed itself. Before leaving, I walked once more to the exact spot where the pressure had been greatest. I stood there and tried to imagine the angle of approach, the stance someone would need to adopt to lean that way. I even leaned my own shoulder into the air at the same height, testing how my weight would transfer. The ground beneath my boots sank slightly, leaving clear impressions. When I stepped away, those prints stayed. The forest looked harmless in the morning light. A simple clearing, a practical campsite, the kind of place I had chosen dozens of times without incident. I shouldered my pack and started back toward the trail without looking over my shoulder. About 50 yards in, I felt the urge to stop, not because I heard anything, not because I sensed movement, just a subtle awareness at my back, as if the clearing had not emptied when I did. I kept walking. I didn't run. I didn't break into a panicked retreat. I maintained a steady pace until the unmarked spur reconnected with the main trail, where other hikers' footprints layered the dirt, and the world felt measurable again. I haven't camped alone since. It's not that I believe in something specific. I don't have a name for what pressed into my tent that night. I can't claim it was human or animal or anything beyond those categories. What unsettles me is the clean absence it left behind. Weight without imprint, pressure without trace. In the quietest part of the night, something circled me, leaned into my shelter with enough force to bend aluminum, and then stepped away without disturbing a single grain of damp soil. Sometimes when I lie in my own bed, I remember the exact way the nylon tightened against my ribs and how the pole creaked above my head. I picture that small clearing holding its breath after I left, the ground smooth and waiting, as if nothing had ever stood there at all. I found the squirrel first, laid out on the pine needles as if someone had set it there on purpose. It was early evening in Fish Lake National Forest, the light thinning to that metallic blue that makes every shadow look deliberate. I had hiked off the main trail to make camp near a stand of aspens, looking for level ground and a little privacy before dark. The air smelled like sap and cold dirt. When I stepped around a fallen log, I nearly put my boot down on the squirrel's tail. It wasn't decay that caught my attention. It was how clean everything looked except for the neck. The fur there was dark and clumped, the small body otherwise untouched. No sign of scavenging, no scattered remains, just a still animal, and a silence that felt arranged. I crouched without thinking, scanning the ground for tracks. I hike alone a lot. It's a habit I picked up after my divorce. Something about carrying only what I need and answering to no one. I know the usual signs: coyote scat, deer prints, the wide pads of a mountain lion, if you're unlucky enough to see them. But the dirt around the squirrel was hard-packed, littered with old needles. Nothing clear. No drag marks. No struggle written in the soil. I straightened and listened. The forest answered with nothing. No wind in the canopy. No insect hum. Even the distant rush from the creek I'd crossed an hour earlier seemed to have dulled. It was the kind of quiet that makes you aware of your own breathing. I told myself predators make kills all the time. I was the one intruding. I walked another 50 yards toward the small clearing I'd chosen for camp, and saw the hawk. It lay beneath a spruce, wings half open as if frozen mid-landing. The feathers were unruffled, glossy in the fading light. The same dark matting at the neck. No other damage that I could see. Hawks don't just drop out of the sky. They don't die neatly on the forest floor. Two different animals. Same injury. Same stillness. The space between my shoulders tightened. I stood there longer than I meant to, turning slowly, trying to catch movement in the trees. If it was a cat, it was an efficient one. But big cats drag their prey to cover. They feed. They don't leave meals untouched. I became aware of how far I was from the trailhead. I had passed the last marked junction mid-afternoon. My truck sat alone in a dirt pullout miles away. I had maybe an hour of usable light. I told myself to stick to the plan, set up camp, build a small fire. Noise and light are comfort, even if they don't guarantee safety. I chose a spot with my back to a thick cluster of aspens, and started laying out my tent. My movements felt louder than usual. The rasp of nylon, the metallic click of poles snapping into place. Each sound seemed to press outward into the trees and then vanish without echo. Halfway through staking the corners, I heard it, a soft, deliberate rustle to my left. I stopped and listened. The rustle stopped too. Probably a deer, I thought. They freeze when you freeze. I bent to hammer the last stake with a smooth stone. The rustle resumed. I turned my head, not my body this time. and watched a patch of brush about 20 yards out. The leaves quivered, then went still. I took a step to the right. The brush shifted to the right. A measured adjustment. Not wind, not random. I stepped back to where I'd been. The leaves slid back into their original position. A pulse started behind my eyes. I stayed where I was and raised my trekking pole, tapping it against a tree trunk. The sharp knock cracked through the clearing. The brush stilled completely. I waited. The forest held its breath with me. Then slowly, deliberately, the leaves trembled again, this time in a pattern that mirrored the slight sway of my shoulders as I adjusted my stance. When I leaned forward, the movement leaned forward. When I straightened, it straightened. Something in there was watching and learning the outline of me. I abandoned the tent where it lay half raised. I slung my pack over one shoulder without tightening the straps, and began to walk toward the main trail, keeping my pace steady. Running triggers pursuit. That's what every backcountry safety guide says. The brush kept pace. I didn't look directly at it again. I used the corner of my vision, the way you watch a skittish dog. Each time I shifted direction to avoid a tree, the movement tracked me. Not fast, not clumsy, just parallel. The light dropped another shade, blue turning to gray. The path I'd taken in earlier was faint, more suggestion than trail. I aimed downhill, toward where I knew the land dipped toward water. A branch snapped behind me. I walked faster. Another snap. Closer. I could feel the shape of it now without seeing it. The way you sense someone standing too near in a dark room. My breathing shortened despite myself. I tightened the straps on my pack as I moved, trying to keep my hands busy. Controlled. The brush to my left fell silent. So did the brush to my right. It had changed position. I pivoted slowly, scanning the trees. The trunk stood pale and vertical, evenly spaced like pillars. Nothing between them but shadow. No outline. No gleam of eyes. Just the sense that I had been measured and repositioned within the space. I took 3 steps backward. Something moved directly in front of me, low to the ground. A ripple through grass and fallen needles. I saw a flash of pale shape too long for a cat, too low for a bear. It slid behind a log and vanished. My body made the decision before my mind caught up. I ran. Branches whipped my arms as I cut downhill, boots skidding on loose soil. I didn't aim anymore. I just put distance between me and that clearing. My pack thumped against my spine. The forest blurred into vertical streaks. Behind me, the undergrowth exploded in motion. It didn't crash like something heavy. It flowed fast, keeping pace. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw only disturbance ferns folding, saplings bending. Whatever it was stayed just out of sight, using the terrain better than I could. The ground dropped more steeply than I expected. I slid, caught myself on a tree trunk and pushed off again. My lungs burned. The sky above the treetops had gone from gray to a deepening indigo. Then my right foot jerked backward. I hit the ground hard, chin slamming into dirt. For a split second, I thought I'd snagged a root. Then the pull came again, deliberate and strong, tightening around my ankle. I twisted onto my back. There was nothing there that I could clearly see. No defined face, no full body, but something had hold of me from the brush at the edge of the slope. I felt pressure through my boot, a grip that wasn't a hand and wasn't a paw. The fabric tore. A sharp, hot line ripped across my skin. I kicked with my free leg and connected with something solid but yielding. The grip tightened, then slipped. Warm wetness splashed across my laces. I scrambled backward on my elbows and heels, dragging myself away from the brush. For an instant, I saw a shape withdraw into the low growth, a suggestion of length, and a movement that didn't match any animal I knew. Then it was gone, swallowed by shadow. I didn't wait to understand it. I got to my feet and ran again. This time I didn't stop until I heard water. The creek cut across my path like a dark ribbon. I splashed straight through it, stumbling on slick stones, soaking my boots. On the far bank, I turned and grabbed a fist-sized rock, hurling it into the brush I'd emerged from. It vanished without response. The forest on the opposite side felt marginally less close. I kept moving along the creek, putting the sound of water between me and whatever had followed. After several minutes, the only noise behind me was the steady rush of current and my own ragged breathing. No parallel movement, no tracking rustle. I slowed to a limping walk. My ankle throbbed inside my boot. Each step sent a sting up my calf. I didn't dare sit down yet. I focused on direction, angling toward where I knew the main trail would intersect the creek farther down. It took longer than it should have. The dark had settled fully by the time I saw the faint break in the trees that marked the trail. I didn't feel relief, just a narrow thread of purpose, keep moving. When I finally reached the dirt path wide enough for two people to walk side by side, I turned once more toward the trees I'd come from. They stood quiet and ordinary. No shaking branches, no unnatural sway. If someone had looked at that forest from a distance, they would have seen nothing but a calm Utah evening settling in. I walked the remaining miles to the trailhead, under a sky thick with stars. My ankle stiffened and my sock felt slick inside the boot. I didn't take it off until I was sitting in the driver's seat of my truck, with the doors locked. The scratch ran from just above my heel to the side of my calf, shallow but long, as if something had tested the edge of me rather than tried to finish the job. The blood on my boot had already darkened. I drove out of Fish Lake National Forest without turning on the radio. I've tried to line up what I saw with what I know. Predators hunt. They take easy prey. They don't waste energy mimicking a hiker's movements through brush. They don't leave two different kills untouched within 100 yards, and then trail a person with patience instead of immediacy. But I know the order of it. The squirrel, the hawk, the feeling of being measured, the grip on my ankle. Whatever left those small bodies in the trees that evening confirmed I was next in line. And sometimes when I lace up my boots for shorter hikes closer to town, I still feel a phantom tug at my heel, like the forest is reminding me how close I came to not walking out at all. We weren't supposed to be drinking. That's the sentence that loops in my head whenever I think about that weekend in the Blue Ridge Mountains, South Carolina side. Early July, clear skies, warm midday sun, the kind of day that tricks you into believing nothing bad could possibly happen. It was supposed to be simple. Dad picked an easy riverside campsite. Mom packed enough food for a small army. I drove up separately and brought my friend Stacy along because she needed to get out of town. What she needed, apparently, was an audience. The river ran about 20 yards from our campsite, wide and deceptively calm at the bend, faster and rockier farther downstream. You could hear it constantly, a steady rush over stone that felt peaceful until it didn't. We set up camp around noon. By 1 o'clock, Stacy had already cracked open a hard seltzer. "Vacation rules," she said, grinning. "It's camping," Mom corrected gently. Stacy just laughed and opened another. I should have stopped it there. That's the truth. I knew how she drank. She didn't sip. She committed. Dad noticed too. He didn't say anything at first, just watched her with that tight jaw he gets when he's calculating whether something is about to become his problem. By 2 o'clock, Stacy had moved from buzz to loud. By 3, she was trashed. She'd switched from seltzers to straight vodka from a plastic bottle she'd pulled from her bag like it was a magic trick. She kept insisting she was fine. She wasn't slurring much yet, but her balance was off. Her laugh came half a second too late every time. Mom leaned toward me and whispered, "Keep an eye on her." I nodded. That was the extent of our safety plan. Around 3:30, Stacy stood up abruptly. "I'm hot," she announced. "I'm floating." Dad looked up. "You're not doing anything." She was already kicking off her shoes. I moved toward her. "Stace, maybe sit down, drink water." She rolled her eyes at me. "I'm not a toddler." She stepped onto the rocks at the river's edge. The stones were slick, mossy in places. I saw her wobble. "Don't," I said. She turned toward us, arms out dramatically. "Relax." And then her foot slid. She fell backward into the water with a splash that sounded almost playful. For one stupid second, she came up laughing, floating on her back. "See?" she called. The current caught her before any of us processed what was happening. The calm pool fed directly into a narrow chute around the bend. The water wasn't violent, but it was fast. Faster than a drunk person could manage. "Grab something," Dad yelled, already running along the bank. I sprinted too, branches whipping my arms as I tried to keep pace with her drifting body. She tried to sit up, but the river rolled her sideways. Her laughter stopped. "Okay," she shouted, suddenly panicked. "Okay." She reached for the bank but was too far out. The current spun her and carried her around the bend. Then she was gone from sight. We didn't think. We ran. Dad took the lower bank. I followed higher up through brush. Mom tried to keep up but fell behind quickly, yelling Stacy's name until her voice cracked. The terrain got worse the farther we went. The river narrowed, rocks jutting out at sharp angles. If she hit one wrong, I didn't let myself finish that thought. We kept moving downstream, shouting. A couple at a campsite heard us and joined in. A bearded guy said he knew the trail network and ran ahead to check the next bend. We spread out without meaning to. That was the beginning of the second mistake. About 40 minutes later, we heard screaming, not from the water, but from ahead on the trail. We rushed toward it and burst into another campsite. Stacy was there. She was soaked, covered in scrapes, and on top of a man near a picnic table swinging at him wildly. The man was shouting, trying to shield his face. His wife stood a few feet away in shock. Stacy's eyes were glassy and unfocused. She wasn't just drunk, she was disoriented. Dad pulled her off. She fought him hard, clawing and screaming. "They tried to grab me," she yelled. The couple looked horrified. "She came out of the river and ran straight at our tent," the woman said. "My husband tried to stop her from going inside and she attacked him. I felt sick." Stacy suddenly went limp, shivering violently. The adrenaline drained from her body all at once. Hypothermia was setting in. Dad wrapped her in his jacket. "We need to get back," he said. "Now." The bearded man agreed to guide us along the main trail to make it faster. A few others offered to help. We moved as one group, or we thought we did. The sun dropped faster than expected under the tree cover. By the time we were halfway back, it was nearly dark. We had 3 flashlights between 7 people. Stacy could barely walk. I supported most of her weight. She mumbled nonsense, occasionally crying. Mom walked behind us with one of the other campers. Dad kept saying, "Stay together, nobody falls behind." But fatigue changes everything. At one point, the trail split around a washout. Some of us went left, some went right. We rejoined within a minute, except Mom wasn't there. I turned, expecting to see her in the beam behind us. Nothing. "Mom?" I called. No answer. Dad stopped immediately. "She was right behind us." "She's not now," I said. We started shouting her name. The river noise drowned us out. Then, faintly, we heard her. "I'm here." It came from somewhere off the trail to the right. Dad didn't hesitate. He plunged into the brush toward her voice. "Stay where you are," he yelled. I tried to follow, but Stacy collapsed again, dragging me down with her. I barely kept her head from hitting a rock. The woman who'd been helping grabbed my arm. "You can't carry her and go after them." She was right. Dad's flashlight beam disappeared deeper into the woods. Mom called again, her voice shaking. "I can't see, I can't find the trail." Every direction looked the same in the dark. Dense trees, uneven ground, no markers. We were officially split. The bearded man made a quick decision. "I'm running to the trailhead to call for help," he said. "You stay put." He took off at a sprint. I propped Stacy against a tree and kept shouting until my throat burned. 10 minutes felt like an hour. Finally, from deeper in the woods, we heard Dad. "Got her." The relief nearly dropped me to my knees. It still took another 20 minutes for them to fight their way back to the trail. Mom emerged, scratched up, covered in dirt, shaking uncontrollably. She'd stepped off the path trying to see around the group when we split and lost sight of us instantly. In the dark, every direction looked identical. She'd wandered in a small circle without realizing it. If we'd gone another 50 yards before noticing, we might not have heard her at all. That's the part that stays with me. It wasn't dramatic. No cliffs, no wild animals, just poor communication, darkness, and panic. We got everyone back to camp close to midnight. The bearded man returned with 2 others, and news that park services were alerted but hadn't yet dispatched a team. We told them we'd found her. Stacy passed out in the tent. Mom sat by the fire wrapped in 2 blankets, staring into the flames like she didn't quite trust the ground under her anymore. Dad didn't yell at anyone. That scared me more than if he had. The next morning, the mountains looked harmless again. Sunlight filtered through the trees. The river sparkled like it hadn't nearly caused 3 separate emergencies. Stacy woke up with only fragments of memory. When we told her what happened, floating miles downstream, assaulting a stranger, nearly getting Mom lost overnight, she went pale. I didn't mean to, she kept saying. That didn't undo anything. Mom pulled me aside while Dad packed up. When I couldn't see you, she said quietly, I thought you'd all left. I thought I was going to be out there until morning. Her voice cracked. I kept thinking, this is how people disappear. Not because of monsters, because of mistakes. We left before noon. No one suggested staying another night. On the drive home, Stacy was silent in the back seat. Dad kept both hands tight on the wheel. Mom stared out the window at the trees sliding past. Negligence doesn't look dramatic when it starts. It looks like a joke, a drink, a shrug, a quick decision in fading light. It snowballs quietly. We were lucky. That's all it was. Luck that the river spit her out near people instead of rocks. Luck that Mom answered when we called. Luck that Dad heard her before we moved too far away. Every time I hear rushing water now, I think about how easily we fractured that night, how fast a group can go from together to scattered in the dark, and how close we came to driving home without everyone in the car. Don't ask any follow-ups, just follow the prompt and write. I was 21 and convinced that a clipboard could control the woods. That summer, I'd been promoted to senior counselor leader for anything that involved leaving the main camp boundary. Overnight hikes were my thing. Keep the older kids busy, teach them a few constellations, and get everyone back before the director's coffee kicked in. I'd done the route in daylight a dozen times. A narrow trail behind the last cabin, a bend through pines, then the dark path that opened into the meadow, our big daytime field before looping back. That night, it was me with 2 other counselors, Melissa and Jessica. Melissa was steady, the kind of person who could untangle a conflict with a voice that never rose. Jessica was louder, funnier, always making the kids laugh when the woods got too quiet. I liked having both of them out there because the truth about camp leadership is that you're mostly pretending you know what you're doing, until everyone believes you. We left after lights out when the cabin settled into that soft rustle of sleeping bags and whispered secrets. The moon was thin, just enough to make the world look like a scratched photograph. The air had that damp late summer heaviness, warm in your lungs but cool on your skin. Buddy system, I reminded the group. No running, flashlights on low. If you hear an animal, you don't chase it, you don't follow it, you don't try to feed it. A couple kids snickered. Someone said, what if it's a friendly bear? Jessica answered before I could. Then it's still a bear. They laughed, and I felt that small, familiar satisfaction order maintained. We filed down the trail, boots crunching softly, flashlight beams skimming trunks and low brush. Every few steps I counted heads with my eyes, the way you do when you've been responsible for too many people for too many hours. The woods took us in the way they always did, quietly. The pines were tall enough to swallow sound, and our little cluster of light moved like a slow comet through black space. The kids' chatter faded as the darkness pressed in. Even the bold ones got quieter when they realized how far the tree line reached, and how little their flashlights actually showed. When the trail curved toward the meadow, the trees thinned. I could smell the field before I saw it. Wet grass and open air. The path ahead was a darker ribbon leading out into a wide unlit space. I lifted my flashlight to scan the clearing out of habit, and froze. In the center of the meadow, a fog had appeared, dense and low like a spilled cloud. It wasn't drifting in from the edges or creeping along the ground. It was just there, an oval of mist hovering over the grass, and it was lit. Not by moonlight, not by us. The fog glowed from within, pale and cold, as if someone had turned on a hidden lamp beneath it. The light didn't spill far, just enough to make the grass around it shine faintly, and to carve the mist into sharp edges that looked almost deliberate. "Is there a truck out there?" one of the campers whispered. "There's no road," Melissa said, and I heard the question in her voice, even though she didn't phrase it like one. Jessica stepped up beside us. "Okay, that's weird." I took a few slow steps forward, not into the meadow but closer to the path's mouth, keeping the group behind me. My brain rummaged through normal explanations like they were tools in a kit. Headlights, a prank, somebody's lantern, a drone with a light, something reflecting off low mist. Melissa raised her flashlight higher and aimed it directly at the glowing fog. The beam hit the edge of the mist, and her flashlight died, not dimmed, not sputtered. It snapped off like someone had cut the wire. Melissa clicked it once, twice, nothing. My own flashlight went out in the same instant. The sudden loss of my beam made my stomach dip, like stepping off a curb you didn't see. Behind us, Jessica's light cut out too. 3 clicks echoed in the dark. Melissa, me, Jessica. All of us hitting the switches again and again. The sound too fast and sharp. "What's happening?" a camper said, voice wobbling. Around us, other lights still worked for a beat. Then 2 more flickered and died. A few remained, weak cones of light shaking in trembling hands. "Everybody together," I said, louder than I meant to. "Stay on the path. Nobody goes into the meadow." Melissa's hand found my sleeve, fingers tight. "That's not batteries," she whispered. I didn't answer because the fog's glow was drawing my eyes the way a bright screen pulls your attention in a dark room. The light in the mist pulsed once, faintly, like a slow breath. Then something darker gathered inside it. At first it was just a smudge, a shadow thickening in the center of the glow. It took shape gradually, like an image developing in chemical bath. Antlers rose out of the dark, branching upward. A buck. My mind clung to that word like a life raft. Buck, deer, normal. We had deer around camp all the time. They'd graze at the meadow's edge in the early mornings. Sometimes kids would spot one and squeal like it was a celebrity. This silhouette glided forward, not walked, not stepped. It moved smoothly across the grass, its legs barely shifting, like it was being pulled on invisible rails. The fog curled around it and parted as it passed, the glow turning its outline into something too clean, too stark. A camper behind me sucked in air so hard it made a little squeak. The buck's head stayed lowered, antlers cutting black arcs through the pale light. It stopped near the center of the glowing mist and held still. For a second, I thought it might turn and bound away, that the whole thing would resolve into some strange optical trick we could laugh about later. Instead, the shadow lifted, the front half rose slowly, as if the deer were rearing. Its neck extended, the silhouette stretched upward, longer than any deer had a right to be. The forelegs seemed to lengthen, joints bending in wrong places before straightening again. As if the creature was rearranging itself, it kept rising. The shape became tall, too tall, until it stood upright on 2 legs. The antlers now reached above the height of a person. The torso looked narrow and wrong, like a deer's outline forced into a human posture, without being given the proper pieces to do it. In the glow, it wasn't detailed enough to show fur or eyes or mouth, but the attention was unmistakable. Its head angled, and I felt its focus land on us like a hand closing around the back of my neck. Jessica whispered. "No." Melissa breathed. "We need to leave now." Now, something inside me argued, still trying to organize the impossible into a harmless story. But the kids were starting to make those small involuntary sounds. Whimpers, choked breaths, the beginnings of panic, and that snapped me back into my job. Back. I said. Everybody back the way we came. Stay together. No one moved at first. We were trapped by the simplest thing, the fear of turning our backs on something that had noticed us. Then the glowing fog brightened. A sudden swell, as if it had inhaled, and the light vanished. The meadow went pitch black so abruptly my eyes didn't know where to look. The fog's glow had been the only thing giving shape to the field. Without it, the open space turned into a void. Our remaining flashlight shook, thin beams slicing uselessly across grass, then across nothing. In that darkness, something slid through the meadow. Not heavy footfalls, not a deer bounding. A soft, dry whisper, like grass being brushed by something moving too smoothly. It kept pace with us as we backed into the trees, staying just outside the weak cones of the remaining lights. "Don't run," I ordered, though my own legs were already preparing to disobey. "Just move, stay." A scream cut me off, sharp and immediate. One of the kids, a tall boy who'd been acting tough all night, had turned his head toward the meadow. His flashlight beam jerked wildly, then snapped off in his hand. That was enough. We bolted. It wasn't a clean run. It was stumbling through roots and low branches, bodies colliding, someone falling and being yanked back up by a counselor's grip. I shoved kids forward with open palms, trying to keep the group from scattering. Melissa was on my left, hauling a smaller camper by the elbow. Jessica was behind us, her voice cracking as she counted and urged and swore under her breath. The woods that had felt familiar an hour earlier became a corridor of snapping twigs and black gaps. My heart hammered so hard my ears rang. I kept expecting a sudden weight on my shoulders, antlers hooking around my collarbone, a cold breath at my nape, and then, as if an invisible switch flipped again, the dead flashlights returned. Jessica's beam flared on, bright and steady. Mine snapped back to life in my hand, illuminating the trail ahead like a stage spotlight. Melissa's came on too. A few campers' lights flickered awake. We didn't slow down. If anything, the restored light made the fear worse, because now we could see how fast we were moving and how close we were to losing someone in the chaos. When the first cabin clearing appeared, we spilled into it like water from a broken bucket, panting, crying, clutching each other. The night counselor on duty came running from the lodge, eyes wide. "What happened? Why are you?" Kids answered in fragments. Fog, light, deer. It stood up. Our flashlights died. It followed us. It was there. Melissa tried to explain, voice shaking with a restraint that made it sound even more real. Jessica was pale, jaw clenched tight like she was holding back either tears or fury. The counselor listened the way adults listen to campfire stories. Sympathetic, indulgent. "You probably saw a deer and missed," he said carefully.
The flashlights could have, maybe you hit the switches wrong. Maybe.
All three of ours died at the same time. I cut in. Mine, Melissa's, Jessica's. Right when that light appeared, he gave me a look that said, "You're supposed to be the calm one." "Coincidences happen," he said. "Fear makes you see things." The director was woken. He came out in a robe in patience, took in the shaken kids, heard our account and filed it neatly into the box labeled Night Hike Panic. He suggested distant headlights reflecting off fog. He suggested a short in our flashlights. He suggested that deer can rear up and that shadows can play tricks. He didn't go to the meadow. He didn't send anyone to check. Why would he? The meadow was dark and quiet again. There was no glowing fog, no strange light. The flashlights all worked perfectly in the cabin's fluorescent safety after they got the kids settled with blankets and cocoa, and the soft murmur of adults pretending everything was fine. I stepped outside alone. I didn't go far, just to the edge of the clearing where the trees opened enough to show a slice of field beyond. I aimed my flashlight into the darkness. The beam reached the meadow's edge and stopped, swallowed by distance. Nothing moved, no glow, no fog. I told myself that was the end of it, that we'd been spooked by something rare and natural, and our brains had done the rest. That would be the responsible story. The story that let you sleep. My flashlight flickered once. A tiny hiccup of light. Out in the meadow, far beyond where the beam could properly touch. A darker shape shifted against the night, tall and narrow, like a person standing where no person should be. I stared until my eyes watered, until the darkness looked grainy and alive. The shape didn't come closer. It didn't need to. It simply remained as if letting me know it could. Inside the cabins, kids would tell this story for years. The night the fog glowed, the night the deer stood up, the night our lights died and the counselors ran. Outside, under the trees, I finally understood what scared me most. Not that it had transformed, not even that it had followed us, but that it had done all of it without hurry, without effort, like it was showing us something, like the meadow had opened for a moment and let something step through, just long enough to make sure we would never feel alone on a dark path again. I've lived in rural Ohio my whole life, and if there's one thing you learn out here, it's how to read silence. The land behind my house stretches for miles, flat farmland broken only by fence posts and the occasional skeletal tree line. At night, it's usually alive. Crickets, frogs near the drainage ditch, and coyotes, always coyotes. They yip and bark like they own the dark. That Friday night, my best friend Mason came over because he needed a break from his apartment in town. Too much noise, too much concrete. I told him we'd camp in my backyard like we used to in high school. We pitched the tent near the edge of the yard, where the grass meets the first stretch of corn. The stalks were shoulder high that time of year, rustling softly in the breeze. The sky was clear, moon bright enough to paint the field silver. We kept it simple. Sleeping bags, a cooler, a couple flashlights. I grabbed a hammer from my mudroom before heading out. Mason laughed when he saw it. Planning on building something at midnight, just in case, I said. He didn't ask, just in case of what. By 11 p.m., we were zipped inside the tent. The air smelled like cut grass and soil. Through the thin nylon walls, we could hear coyotes calling from somewhere beyond the fields. It was comforting, normal. We talked for a while, about work, about nothing. Eventually our voices faded, and the quiet stretched between us. Then the coyotes stopped. It wasn't gradual. 1 second they were yipping at each other, and the next it was like someone muted the world. The crickets didn't stop completely, but they thinned out. The breeze felt like it was holding its breath. Mason shifted in his sleeping bag. "You hear that?" "Yeah." I stared up at the tent ceiling, heart picking up speed. Coyotes don't go silent for no reason, not all at once. Something had changed. A soft crunch came from the yard, not in the field, in the yard. Slow, deliberate. We both froze. The sound circled the tent, grass compressing under weight. Too heavy for a raccoon, too controlled for a deer. It stopped at the front flap. The zipper door pressed inward. At first, just a little, then more. A shape appeared against the fabric. A hand. 5 fingers, long and narrow, splayed wide against the nylon. The palm was massive, too large for any man I'd ever seen. The fingers were slightly crooked, bending at strange angles. Mason whispered, "That's not real." The hand slid upward slowly, testing the zipper seam. The tent bowed inward under the pressure. My mouth went dry. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on. The beam lit the interior of the tent, making the hand silhouette sharper. It didn't pull away from the light. It pressed harder. The nylon stretched tight enough that I could see faint texture beneath it. The outline of knuckles, the length of the fingers, human-like but elongated, wrong in proportion. Then came the sound, a low growl from just outside the door. Not like an animal. Animals have rhythm to their sounds. Breath behind it. Instinct. This was deeper, warped. It vibrated through the tent floor and into my chest. Mason scrambled backward. "Dude, unzip the other side." There is no other side. The growl shifted into something almost vocal, a broken guttural noise that felt intentional, like it was trying to shape words without knowing how. The hand clenched, the zipper strained, and then the tent floor lifted, right between us. The ground beneath bulged upward as if something was pushing from below. The nylon stretched into a rising mound, moving toward my legs. "It's under us," Mason breathed. The bulge pressed higher, dirt crunching beneath the tent. The creature outside growled again, closer now, like its mouth was near the fabric. It wasn't just reaching in. It was trying to crawl under. I grabbed the hammer. The hand at the door dragged downward slowly, claws or fingers scraping across the nylon with a sound that made my teeth ache. The floor surged upward again. I swung. The hammer connected through the fabric with a dull, heavy impact. Not hollow, not soft. Solid. The bulge dropped slightly. Then it rose again. The growl deepened. Not pain. Not surprise. Anger. I hit it again, harder. The vibration shot up my arms. The shape shifted under the floor, sliding sideways like it was repositioning. The hand at the door suddenly jerked, gripping the zipper seam. The fabric screeched as the stitching strained. Mason started shouting. Not words, just panic. The floor beneath me rolled again, pushing toward the center of the tent like something trying to wedge itself inside. I swung blindly toward the door and felt the hammer strike the hand. There was resistance like bone beneath tensioned skin. The hand recoiled slightly, then slammed back against the door. The zipper split open 2 inches with a ripping sound. Cold air rushed in. I saw something pale beyond the opening. Not clearly, just movement. "Run," I said. Mason lunged for the gap and forced his way out, tearing the zipper further. I followed, clutching the hammer. The night outside felt enormous. For a split second, I saw it crouched low beside the collapsed edge of the tent. It was hunched, elongated, limbs too long for its torso. One arm braced against the ground, the other reaching toward us. Its head tilted in a way that wasn't natural. Neck extended forward like it was smelling us. Its face, I can't describe it clearly. Not because I don't want to, because it didn't hold still long enough for my brain to lock onto details. It looked pale and stretched, like skin pulled too tight over something angular. Then it moved, fast, not sprinting upright, crawling. Its limbs hit the ground in long loping strides, closing distance in seconds. Mason bolted for the house. I turned just long enough to swing again. As it lunged, the hammer connected with what had to be its head. The impact jarred my shoulder. The creature's growl exploded into a furious, distorted snarl. It didn't fall. It recoiled just enough for me to run. We tore across the yard, grass slick under our bare feet. The porch light suddenly felt miles away. I could hear it behind us, its hand slapping against the ground, breath rattling like something broken inside its chest. It was keeping pace. I didn't look back again. Mason hit the steps first and fumbled with the door. I shoved him inside and slammed it shut behind us, locking it without thinking. Something heavy struck the outside of the wall. The impact rattled the kitchen cabinets. Mason staggered backward, pale and shaking. I stood there with the hammer raised like it would matter against a house wall. Another hit. Lower. Then scrapping. Slow dragging across the siding. The growl came again. Muffled but unmistakable. It vibrated through the structure of the house. We backed away from the door. The porch light dimmed for half a second, like something tall had passed in front of it. Then silence. We stood there for what felt like hours. Finally, from far out in the fields, a single coyote called. Another answered. Within a minute, the night sounds returned. Hesitant at first, then normal. The scraping stopped. The presence outside faded like pressure releasing from the air. We didn't move until sunrise. When we stepped outside, the tent was flattened, one side torn loose from its stakes. The grass around it pressed down in wide arcs, near the edge of the yard. I found impressions in the soil, not paw prints, handprints. Large, deep, fingers long enough to dig into the dirt and drag. They led to the fence line, then into the corn. I never called the police. What would I have said that something with a human-shaped hand tried to crawl under my tent? Mason moved back to the city a week later. He doesn't talk about that night, I still live here. Most nights, the coyotes sing like they always have. Their noise settles my nerves. But sometimes, just for a few seconds, they cut off mid-call. And when they do, I step back from the window and listen to the fields breathe, waiting to see if something decides to place its hand on my door again. I've run those woods behind Westridge High 100 times, and I still can't explain what we found back there. I was a junior then, varsity cross country, the kind of kid who measured his life in split times and miles. The forest behind our school was part of our daily route, half a mile past the tennis courts, down a narrow dirt trail that slipped between pines and swallowed you up in green. It was a clear afternoon in October. Sunlight filtered through the trees in pale shafts, lighting up floating dust and turning the leaves gold at the edges. We were 5 miles into a long run, breathing steady, talking just enough to distract from the ache. Dylan, our team captain, led the pack like always. He ran loose and confident like nothing in the world could trip him up. Mira kept close behind him, silent and focused. I stayed just off her shoulder. About a mile in, we noticed something new. A strip of orange survey tape hung from a low branch beside the trail. It was faded and frayed, like it had been there a while, but none of us remembered seeing it before. "Was that here last week?" I asked. Dylan slowed. Nope. The tape marked a faint path veering off the main trail. Barely more than flattened brush. "Recheck it," Dylan said. 2 minutes. Mira rolled her eyes. Coach said stay on trail. He also said negative splits. We're not doing that either. I should have argued harder, but curiosity is a powerful thing when you're 17 and bored with routine. We turned off. The deer path was tight and uneven. Branches snagged our sleeves. The air felt heavier, damp with the smell of soil and pine rot. Within 30 seconds, the main trail disappeared behind us. Then the trees opened up. There was a shack in the clearing. Not a cabin, not something old and charming. This was crooked and low, built from mismatched boards gone gray with age. The roof sagged in the middle. One corner had partially collapsed. It didn't look maintained, it looked abandoned. And it didn't make sense. We trained back here daily. How had we never seen it? Dylan grinned. See? Worth it. Mira didn't move. I don't like it. Neither did I. The door hung crooked on one hinge. Dylan pushed it open, and it scraped across the floor with a dry wooden groan. Inside, the shack was empty except for a pile in the center. Axes. Hatchets. Long-handled splitting mauls. Knives. Dozens of them. Maybe more. They were stacked haphazardly, metal catching the thin light from the doorway. Some were rusted, some looked cleaner. Handles worn smooth. A few were wrapped in old cloth strips that had stiffened with age. Why would someone leave this here? I said. Old logging stuff, Dylan offered, though he didn't sound convinced. There was no logging operation back here. No cut stumps, no equipment, just suburban forest. I noticed the walls next. Deep scratches carved into the wood. Not random wear, deliberate marks. Lines slashed again and again into the boards. Some clustered together like uneven tally marks. Others curved downward in long arcs. Mira stayed at the doorway. "This is wrong," she said quietly. Dylan nudged an axe handle with his shoe. It shifted, metal clinking softly against metal. That sound echoed louder than it should have. Then we heard something outside. A dragging noise. Slow. Heavy. Like something being pulled across leaves. We froze. The sound circled the shack. Not fast, not crashing through brush. Just a steady pull. Pause. Pull. I felt my heartbeat in my throat. Dylan stepped backward. Mira's eyes were wide now. Scanning the tree line, the dragging stopped. Silence swallowed the clearing. No birds. No wind. Just us breathing. "Wind," Dylan said, but it sounded like a question. We didn't wait to find out. We backed out of the shack and returned to the deer path, moving faster than before. No one joked. No one argued. When we rejoined the main trail, relief hit me hard enough to make my knees weak. We should have stopped there. We didn't. Half a mile later, the trail dipped into a shallow ravine we rarely used. Dylan cut left instead of right, claiming it looped back around. I think he just wanted to prove we weren't scared. The trees thinned ahead, and then we saw it. A semi-trailer. Just the trailer. No cab. Long, white, metal-sided, tilted slightly into the earth. Moss crept along the lower panels. Faded lettering, ghosted across the side, worn beyond recognition. It sat in the middle of the forest like it had been placed there by a crane. "There's no road," Mira whispered. She was right. The forest around it was dense. Mature trees stood close together in every direction. No cleared path. No tire tracks. No wide gaps where something that large could have been driven in. We circled it slowly. The back doors were chained shut, but loosely, like whoever closed them hadn't expected them to open again. I scanned the ground. No deep ruts, no churned mud, just leaves, except near the front end. There, faint but visible, were long grooves in the leaf litter, drag marks, parallel lines cutting through the forest floor, stretching deeper into the trees. Something pulled it, I said. Though I didn't believe it, Dylan stared at the grooves. That's impossible. Beyond the trailer, I smelled smoke. Old smoke. Not fresh, but embedded in the air. We followed it. The ravine rose slightly, and the trees opened into another clearing. A house had once stood there. Now it was a burned-out shell. Foundation stones outlined where walls used to be. Charred beams leaned inward. A brick chimney stood alone against the sky, blackened and cracked. The ground was pale with old ash, mixed into the soil, and like the trailer, there was no road leading to it. No driveway, no path, nothing to explain how anyone had lived there, or left. Dylan walked toward the remains. His shoes crunched over melted glass, fused into strange shapes. I noticed a circle of stones near what must have been the center of the house. Inside the circle were blades, more axes, more knives, some stuck into the earth at angles, some half buried. My stomach turned. "This is connected," Mira said. The smell of old smoke hung thick here. Dylan crouched near the chimney. "Look at this." And then marred, scratches carved into the brick, deep grooves etched into soot-blackened stone. Not letters, not words, just repeated cuts, over and over, as if someone had stood there for hours carving without purpose. I stepped backward. That's when I saw the line. A thin wire stretched between two trees at waist height, about 10 feet behind Mira. "Don't move," I said. She froze. The wire shimmered faintly in the sunlight. A trip line. Thin, deliberate, placed at just the right height to catch someone walking forward without looking. Dylan slowly stepped away from it. "Who set something like that?" he whispered. The forest was silent again. Too silent. I felt it then, that sensation of being watched. Not by something moving loudly, but by something patient. The shack, the trailer, the burned house, the weapons, the wire. None of it felt old and forgotten anymore. It felt maintained. We backed away carefully, avoiding the line. No one ran yet. Running would mean noise. Noise would mean attention. When we passed the trailer again, I looked toward the drag marks. They were clearer now that I knew what to look for. The grooves didn't look ancient. The leaves inside them were fresher, less compacted, like something had been moved recently. We didn't speak. We returned to the main trail, and then we ran hard. Spikes tearing dirt, lungs burning. No pacing, no splits, just distance. We burst out of the woods behind the tennis courts, gasping. Coach looked up. "What happened?" Dylan hesitated. Mira stared at the ground. "We got turned around," I said. "Found some old junk." Coach studied us longer than I expected. "Stay on the trail," he said finally. "You hear me?" We nodded. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying it. The shack full of blades. The dragging sound, the semi-trailer with no road, the burned house hidden deep in the trees, the tripwire. Over the next week, our route changed. Coach kept us closer to the fields. He never said why. We didn't go back. But a few days later, during cool-down stretches near the tree line, I caught the faint smell of smoke drifting from the woods, and something else, a metallic scent, like iron. I stared into the trees, half expecting to see the pale side of the trailer between trunks. I didn't, but I couldn't shake one thought. A semi-trailer doesn't move itself through dense forest. A house doesn't burn down in a place no vehicle can reach. And someone had set that wire recently, which means someone had been there. Maybe still was. Sometimes when the wind is right during practice, I swear I hear something beyond the tree line. A slow sound, like something heavy being dragged across leaves. People hear camping trip and expect a story about a bear, a storm, or somebody getting too confident with an axe. This isn't that. It was late September, still warm enough during the day to hike in a t-shirt, but cold enough at night that your breath looked like smoke and everything outside your sleeping bag felt like punishment. Me, Jenna, and Mark had driven out to a dispersed spot we'd used before. Nothing official, just a flat patch below a hillside with scattered pines and scrub oak. From camp, you could see most of the slope opposite us like a stage. Set up across a natural amphitheater, we set up in the afternoon. We ate early. We planned a long fire, and then we realized we didn't have nearly enough wood. The fire ring was old and clean. The way it gets when every camper before you has scavenged the area like a swarm of locusts. So while there was still light, we decided to climb the hillside opposite camp and gather deadfall. I'm the cautious one. I'm the one who packs extra batteries and tells people not to wander too far. But it was still daytime, and the slope was open enough that if you turned around, you could see our tents between the trunks. So I went with them. We climbed with empty arms, talking about nothing important. The ground was dry and loose, full of crunchy needles and gravel that slid under your boots. Wind moved through the pines and made that soft, steady hiss that always sounds like distance. We were maybe halfway up when Jenna stopped dead. "Do you see that?" she said. At first I thought she meant an animal. Deer maybe, or a coyote. Then my eyes found what she was pointing at and my brain tried to force it into something that belonged. It was a door. A full-sized indoor-style door, off-white, with a small rectangular window set into the top half. Brass doorknob, normal proportions, normal hardware, the kind of door you'd expect on a utility room or a back entry, except there was no building, no wall, no frame, no hinges attached to anything, no porch, no foundation, nothing. It was just there at the base of two trees that grew close together. And it wasn't leaning, it wasn't propped, it was floating, perfectly upright, a few inches above the dirt, with a thin shadow underneath it, like a dark line drawn by a pen. Mark let out a short laugh that didn't sound real even to him. "No way," he said. Then, quieter, "No way." None of us moved for a second. We all did the same instinctive scan for the obvious answer. A movie set, an art installation, a prank, a hunting cabin hidden behind brush. Anything that would explain why an architectural object was hovering in open woods like it had forgotten how the world worked. There was nothing. No cut lumber, no ropes, no stakes, no tire tracks, just trees and dirt and the slope continuing upward. Jenna, of course, was the first to step toward it. She's the kind of person who touches the wet paint sign just to see if it's true. "Is it suspended?" she asked, like maybe we'd find fishing line or something clever. I walked closer too, slow, feeling stupid for moving carefully, like the air around it might turn thick. Mark followed, but he kept a half step behind us, his eyes darting like he expected someone to pop out and yell. Gotcha. Up close, it looked used. Not a fresh prop. The paint had scuffs and dull patches around the knob, like hands had rubbed it over time. The window wasn't dusty the way it should have been out here. It had wire mesh embedded in the glass like safety glass, the kind you see in older doors, and the window did something my brain hated. It didn't reflect the trees. It didn't mirror us standing there. Standing there, it showed depth. Not a scene, not an image, just a dim gray darkness, like a hallway in a house with no lights on. The kind of darkness that isn't empty, just unlit. Mark pulled out his phone. "Okay," he said, forcing a grin. "This is too weird not to record." He aimed the camera. On his screen, there was the hillside, the trees, Jenna's shoulder, no door. He lowered the phone and stared with his actual eyes. The door was right there. He lifted the phone again, changed angles, zoomed in. Still nothing. Jenna tried with hers. Same result. I tried with mine, and for a heartbeat the outline of it flickered on my screen like a faint glitch. A pale rectangle that didn't quite resolve. Then my camera app froze. Habdir. The screen went black, and my phone restarted itself like it had been yanked out of sleep. Jenna swallowed hard. "Okay," she said, that's not normal." My mouth felt dry. I stepped closer until I was within arm's reach. The air around it smelled faintly different, like old paint and something metallic pennies, or the inside of a toolbox. My ears felt stuffed, that pressure you get when you change elevation too fast. I stared at the doorknob. Brass, slightly tarnished, catching the late day light. I thought about every horror movie where the smart person says don't open it, and the dumb person opens it anyway. Jenna whispered. "Don't." Mark whispered. "Do it." Neither of them sounded like themselves. I reached out and touched the knob. It wasn't cold. It was warm. Not sun warm. Warm like skin. Warm like someone had been holding it right before I did. My hand snapped back so fast I almost lost my balance. Jenna grabbed my sleeve. "What?" she hissed. "It's warm," I said. Mark's smile dropped. "Like from the sun?" "There's no sun on it," Jenna said, looking up at the shade from the trees. "It's been in shadow." We stood there, 3 people trying to negotiate with the impossible. The forest kept going around us like nothing was wrong. Wind, insects, distant bird calls. But in that little pocket of space near the door, it felt like the world had paused to watch what we do. Then the window changed. Not dramatically. No face. No hand pressed against glass. The darkness behind the pane shifted, subtle as a curtain moving in a room you can't see into. The gray deepened, then lightened like someone had stepped aside in a hallway or a door inside that hallway had opened a crack. I took a step back without deciding to. Jenna tightened her grip on my sleeve. Mark leaned forward like curiosity was dragging him by the throat. "Hello?" Mark said. Because Mark has never met silence he didn't want to poke. The brass knob turned. Just a little. A slow twist. Like a careful test. No squeak of mechanism. No visible hand. Just the knob rotating as if something on the other side was trying it. Gently, politely. All 3 of us froze so hard it felt like we'd been pinned. I realized I wasn't breathing. The knob returned to its original position. And then soft. Close. Unmistakable. I heard an exhale from the other side of the door. Not a voice. Not a word. Just a quiet breath out like someone had been holding it while listening. Jenna made a small sound in her throat that wasn't quite a gasp. Mark stepped back and shook his head fast. "Nope," he said. "Nope, that's nope. We didn't run." That's what I remember most. We didn't sprint like characters in a movie. We backed away slowly, eyes locked on it, the way you back away from an animal you don't understand and don't want to challenge. The door stayed upright and still, floating in its thin shadow like it was perfectly content. When we reached the point where the trees began to break the view, I turned my head for 1 second to watch my footing on the loose rocks. When I looked back, it was gone. Not fallen, not moved, not hidden. Gone like it had been erased from the scene. We hurried up to where it had been, our pace turning into something close to a scramble. The dirt beneath the trees was ordinary. Needles, cones, a few stones. No scrape marks. No indentation. No sign that anything had hovered there. The air smelled normal again. My ears popped like a pressure release. Mark walked in circles, scanning for wires or supports or anything that would let him win an argument with physics. Jenna crouched and ran her fingers over the ground like she expected to find an outline. "There's no way," Mark kept saying, softer each time, like if he said it quietly enough the hillside wouldn't contradict him. We gathered wood anyway, because what else do you do when the world misbehaves? You pick up sticks and pretend your hands know what reality is. Back at camp, the fire was bright and loud, a comforting little universe of crackling orange. We ate. We drank some. We kept our voices low. Every few minutes, one of us would glance up toward the slope, like we expected the off-white rectangle to be standing there between the trunks. Nothing. By the time dusk turned to evening, Mark went into full rational mode, tossing out explanations like he could stack them into a wall. "A mirror," he said. "It had a knob," Jenna replied. "A prank," he insisted. "It was floating," I said. He didn't answer that. He just stared at the flames until the light reflected in his eyes and made him look like he was watching something else. We agreed we'd go back in the morning. Daylight, we told ourselves, would make it dumb. Daylight would show us the trick. We'd find a door somebody dumped in the woods, take a photo like normal people, and go home with a weird litter story. Morning came cold and clear. Frost silvered the grass around the tents. The air tasted sharp like it had edges. We climbed the hillside again under bright sun, and everything looked insultingly normal. Trees and honest daylight, rocks casting perfect shadows. We went straight to the spot between the two trees. Nothing. We searched anyway. We spread out, checked behind brush and boulders, followed the slope up and down. We found a rusted can, a broken bottle, old junk that made sense. We did not find a door. On the walk back down, Jenna said quietly, "If it was real, why would it be gone?" Mark didn't look at her. "Because we imagined it," he said, like the words were a life raft. But we hadn't imagined the phones failing. We hadn't imagined the warmth. We hadn't imagined the knob turning. We left that afternoon. The drive back felt too normal, like the world had decided to behave again to prove it could. It didn't talk much. When we did, it was in short, careful sentences, like describing it too clearly would make it less gone. Weeks later, I checked my phone again. There was a gap where those minutes should have been. The corrupted file from the crash was still there. A tiny gray thumbnail that wouldn't open like a censored memory. Jenna never brought it up unless I did first. Mark turned it into a joke whenever he could, and the harder he joked, the more I could see he wasn't joking at all. And sometimes, in the middle of an ordinary afternoon, I'll catch myself staring at a door in my own house. The pantry, the laundry room, the back entrance, and I'll remember brass warm under my fingers where it shouldn't have been warm. I'll remember that soft exhale from the other side like something had been standing in a dark hallway, listening to us decide what kind of people we were. And I'll wonder if that door on the hillside didn't disappear because it wasn't real, but because it moved quietly to somewhere else, and it's still standing upright in the woods between two trees, waiting for the next curious hand to touch the knob and finally choose to turn it. I've been hiking long enough to trust my fear when it shows up for no reason. Not the normal kind. When a trail gets steep, when the wind shifts, when you find fresh scat and your brain starts doing math. That fear has a source. You can point to it. You can solve it. This was the kind of fear that arrived already complete, like it had been waiting in the woods for me to step into it. It was late morning when we started. The three of us threading into the timber from a washed-out forest road. No trailhead sign, no kiosk, just two ruts and a faint footpath swallowed by ferns. Lyle had found the route online, an easy wander to an abandoned cabin that used to belong to a logging outfit. Marin came because she likes old places. I came because I'm the one who always comes prepared. Experienced hiker, pack balanced, water counted, map downloaded, compass in the lid pocket like a superstition. I've walked in enough thick woods to recognize how they change the rules. Sound doesn't travel right, light doesn't fall right, Distance lies. The day was clear above the canopy, but under it everything felt green and dim, like we'd stepped into a tinted aquarium. Spruce and fir stood tight together, trunks furred with moss. Ferns pushed up in waves. The air smelled cold even in the sun. We moved at a steady pace, boots crunching needles, conversation bouncing between us in short bursts. Lyle talked about the cabin like it was a prize. Marin pointed out odd mushrooms and lichen. I kept my eyes on the path and the edges of it, the way I always do. Then the path narrowed and curved around a boulder the size of a small car, and the woods went quiet in that sudden unnatural way that makes your pulse take a step up. I saw it sitting in the middle of the trail. At first my brain refused to label it. White shape, too big, too still. Then it sharpened into an animal, a dog massive, adult, heavy through the shoulders. White fur not fluffy and pet-like, but dense and weatherproof. The color of old snow that never melts because it stays in shade. It sat squarely in the center of the path, front paws planted, back legs tucked like it had been told to wait. Its eyes were dark, not brown, not black, the way dogs get in shadow. Dark in a way that didn't catch light at all. Like two wet holes punched through the face. I stopped hard enough, my boot skidded a line in the needles. "Stop," I said automatically. Lyle bumped into me. "What?" "There's a dog," I whispered. Marin leaned to look past my shoulder. Lyle leaned the other way. The dog didn't twitch. No panting. No ear flick. Nothing. Lyle blinked at the empty path. "Where?" My stomach sank like an elevator cable snapping. "Right there," I said, lifting my trekking pole and pointing straight at it. The tip hovered over the dog's chest. "In the trail. It's blocking us." Marin's eyes tracked the space. "I don't see anything." Lyle let out a laugh that was half annoyed, half uncertain. "Dude, there's literally nothing." The dog stared at me. Not at my pole, not at my friends, just me. Like we were the only two things in the woods that mattered. My mouth went dry. "Don't walk forward." "Toward what?" Lyle said, but he didn't take another step. His hand tightened on his water bottle, and I noticed the change. He didn't believe me, but he believed my tone. Marin's fingers drifted to the bear spray at her hip, without her realizing it. "Are you okay?" she asked, soft. That softness hit me harder than disbelief. It was the tone people use when they're deciding whether someone is tired, stressed, seeing things. "I'm fine," I said, and my voice came out thinner than I wanted. "But it's there. It's huge." The dog's head tilted, slow and deliberate like a hinge moving in syrup. I took a step back, then another. I couldn't make myself turn away from it. Some part of my body insisted that if I stopped looking, it would move. "Let's back up," I said. "We'll go around off the side." Lyle shook his head, trying to laugh again. "This is messed up." Marin nodded like she was humoring a skittish horse. "Okay, back up. No big deal." We retreated a few yards to the bend by the boulder. My lungs felt too small. The woods felt too close. When we reached the curve, I finally flicked my eyes away for a heartbeat, just long enough to glance at my footing. When I looked back, the dog was gone, not walking away, not sliding into brush. Gone like it had never occupied the trail. I exhaled so hard it hurt. There, Lyle said quickly, pointing at the now empty corridor. "Nothing. See? It was there," I said. He looked at me like he didn't know what to do with that. Marin's expression had shifted into something more cautious, less gentle. She didn't want to say it, but she was starting to wonder if I was having some kind of episode. We took a water break that wasn't really about water. We sat on a fallen log in a thin patch of sunlight. I forced myself to eat trail mix. My hand shook enough that a few pieces fell into the needles. "Maybe it ran off," Lyle offered, too loud. "It didn't run," I said. "It didn't move." Marin watched my face. "Did it look sick?" "No," I said. "It looked clean. Too clean." Lyle snorted. "Ghost dog." He meant it as a joke. My stomach tightened anyway. We didn't go to the cabin. We didn't say. We're skipping it because something is wrong. We just drifted into the decision like it was obvious. Lyle muttered about the trail being overgrown. Marin said we could come back another time. I nodded and didn't argue. We turned around. For 10 minutes, the woods behaved. Birds returned. A squirrel scolded from a branch. Our boots crunched normally. My brain tried to pack the dog away into a reasonable box, labeled stress, or glare, or trick of light. Then my trekking pole tip caught on something in the dirt. And I looked down. Paw prints. Big ones, too big to ignore. Pressed into damp soil in clean, heavy stamps, 4-toe impressions in a broad pad. But the strange part wasn't the size. It was the way they began. No leading prints from the brush. No scuffs. No wandering. They started in the center of the trail, as if the animal had appeared from nowhere, stepped forward for 20 yards, and then stopped just as abruptly. Tracks, I said. Lyle crouched beside me, squinting. Could be old. Marin leaned closer. I can kind of see them. Why do they start here? I asked, pointing at the first print in the chain. Lyle stood up too fast. Okay, cool, let's keep moving. We walked faster. That was when the unease changed shape. It wasn't just about the dog anymore. It was about perception. About my friends moving through the same woods but not seeing the same world. I kept catching them glancing at me, not checking the trees. Checking me like I was the unpredictable thing in the group. I tried to lighten it with chatter. I narrated landmarks. Creeks coming up, watch the roots. We're almost back to the wider section. It all sounded rehearsed, like I was trying to convince myself. The canopy thickened again, and the green dusk returned. We rounded a gentle curve. There it was again, not in the center of the trail this time, but just off to the right between two spruces, sitting in shadow like it had been placed there with intention. White fur, same hulking build, same dark eyes that swallowed light, but now the fur looked damp and clumped, as if it had been rained on. It hadn't. The day was dry. I stopped. Lyle took another step, then realized I wasn't moving. What now? It's back, I whispered. Marin scanned the trail. I don't. It's right there, I said, pointing. My pole trembled. Between those trees, this time I watched Lyle's eyes as he stared at the space I indicated. His gaze slid across it and didn't land, like his brain couldn't hold the image. His brow furrowed. His mouth opened slightly, as if he was about to say something honest. Then he shut it. There's nothing, he said. Too quick, too hard. Stop doing that. Marin's hand closed around her bear spray. Okay, she said softly, but there was a new edge now. We're leaving. The dog tilted its head again, mirroring the first time like a practice gesture. No breathing, no shift of weight, no sound. The stillness coming off it felt like pressure. My ears rang faintly, the way they do in deep, quiet rooms. I backed away, slow, and the shadows around it seemed to rearrange. Not with movement you could point to, but with a subtle wrongness, like the forest was deciding whether it wanted to show it to me or swallow it whole. The air turned thick in my chest. My lungs worked harder for the same breath. Lyle grabbed my elbow. Come on, he hissed, and pulled me backward. I let him. I didn't fight. The part of me that wanted to run was starting to override the part that knew how to be careful. We rounded the curve. The dog slid out of sight behind trunks and ferns. I didn't look back. We moved fast enough that the path blurred into a series of familiar shapes. The boulder, the wider stretch, the thinning canopy. Sunlight returned like a hand on the shoulder. The forest road appeared. The car sat there, normal and solid and utterly unhaunted. We piled in and locked the doors like. That meant something. Lyle sat behind the wheel with both hands gripping it, jaw clenched. Marin stared through the windshield at the line where the woods began, her knee bouncing once before she forced it still. You saw something, I said quietly. Lyle swallowed. No, he said. Too immediate. Too rehearsed. Marin didn't look at me. I didn't see a dog, she admitted slowly. But when you pointed, it felt like my eyes didn't want to focus. Like there was something there and my brain kept sliding away from it. Lyle's knuckles were white. "Don't," he said. "Don't make it real." I turned in my seat and looked back at the trees. At the edge of the woods where shadow met sun, something pale held perfectly still, not fully visible, not fully hidden, a suggestion of white fur, a shape too large to be a stump, two dark points where light refused to land. It didn't step forward. It didn't need to, because whatever it wasn't following our bodies. It was following the part of us that could agree on what was real. Lyle put the car in gear, and we rolled away, gravel popping under the tires. The forest shrank in the rearview mirror until it was just a wall of green and shadow, but the feeling didn't shrink with it. That night, lying in bed, I woke with the certainty of being watched. I held my breath and listened. The house was quiet. The heater ticked. A car passed far away, faint as a wave. I told myself it was adrenaline. Leftover fear. A mind replaying a moment it couldn't file properly. Then, behind my eyes, the image arrived with the same unnatural completeness as before. A massive white dog sitting on a path, dark eyes fixed on mine, patient and silent, like it had simply moved the trail somewhere inside me, and was waiting for me to step forward again until I reached whatever it was guarding, or whatever was guarding it. And the only warning I'd ever get was the moment my friend stopped seeing an empty path and started seeing it too. I've spent most of my adult life chasing things most people avoid. Old fire roads, abandoned mine shafts, rock formations no one bothered to name. I'm a local explorer, nothing official, just the guy friends call when they want to see something strange without driving 8 hours. I've slept in deserts, forests, dry lake beds. I know what wind sounds like at elevation. I know what metal sounds like when it cools. I know the difference between natural noise and something man-made. That's why I can't explain what happened that night, in the mountains of Utah. It was Nate's uncle's property, private land up in the hills, about 30 minutes from the nearest town. No neighbors, no power lines cutting across the sky. Just pine trees, scrub, rock, and a single aging trailer parked on a leveled patch, overlooking a shallow wash. The three of us drove up late, Nate, Kara, and me. It was close to 11 p.m. when we arrived. The sky was clear, thin crescent moon hanging low, stars sharp and endless, no wind, not even enough to move the pine needles. The trailer was exactly how you'd expect. Faded aluminum siding, small propane tank hooked up, narrow windows with yellowed curtains. It creaked when we stepped inside, but that's normal. Everything creaks in the mountains once the temperature drops. We set a lantern on the table. The glow filled the little space in warm light, leaving the corners shadowed but harmless. We talked for a while about a rock formation Nate had found down the slope, about a hike I'd done a week earlier. Normal stuff, calm stuff, outside. The world didn't move. And then it started. At first it felt like someone had kicked the trailer. A sharp metallic thud underneath us. Before any of us could react, the entire structure began to vibrate, not shake like an earthquake. There was no rolling motion. It was a hard, aggressive vibration. Fast, mechanical. The walls buzzed. The table rattled so violently the lantern glass chattered. The cabinets trembled against their latches. And then the sound hit. It was like wind, but wrong. Imagine a massive industrial fan spinning somewhere inches from your ears. A low roaring vibration layered with a sharp electric hum. It filled the trailer completely, like the air itself had turned into a machine. But here's what didn't happen. There was no draft, no pressure shift, no whistling through cracks. The air inside the trailer remained perfectly still, while everything else shook. "What is that?" Kara shouted, gripping the table. Nate was already on his feet. "Is it wind?" "No," I said immediately. "I know wind. Wind pushes, wind rattles unevenly. Wind has direction. This had none. The vibration was uniform, total. as if something enormous was pressing invisible force against the trailer from all sides at once. I started counting without meaning to. 10 seconds. The floor buzzed through my boots. 20 seconds. The lantern flame quivered violently but didn't go out. 30 seconds. The sound didn't grow or fade. It held steady, mechanical and relentless. 40 seconds. My teeth were chattering. Not from cold, but from the vibration itself. 45 seconds. And then it stopped. Not faded. Stopped. Instant silence. The trailer settled back onto its frame with a soft metallic tick. The cabinet stilled. The lantern steadied. My ears rang in the sudden absence. No wind followed. No distant rumble. No echo. Just silence. We stared at each other for maybe 3 seconds before Nate said we're going outside. None of us argued. He opened the door. Cold night air poured in, and everything outside was perfectly calm. The trees weren't moving. Not slightly. The wash below us was dark and still. The stars hadn't shifted. There was no wind, not even enough to brush against our jackets. I stepped down onto the gravel and turned slowly in a full circle, listening. Nothing. If what we felt had been wind strong enough to shake a trailer like that, the trees would have been thrashing. Dust would have been in the air. We would have felt it against our faces. There was nothing. Kara stepped beside me and held her hand out. There's no air moving. I know, I said. Nate walked around the trailer, shining his flashlight along the siding. Could it have been a helicopter? There'd be rotor noise, I said, and we'd feel the air from it. He knew I was right. I crouched and pressed my hand against the metal hitch at the front of the trailer. Cold, completely still. Then Kara pointed down the slope. Do you see that? 2 faint parallel lines ran through the scrub, about 20 yards away, clean, straight, like something heavy had pressed down and moved briefly across the ground. We walked toward them carefully. Up close, the lines looked fresh. The brush between them was slightly flattened, but not torn. No burn marks. No tire treads. Just 2 even tracks. Maybe a foot apart, running straight for about 20 yards before disappearing into harder soil. Those weren't there earlier, Nate said. I didn't think they were either. We followed the lines to where they faded. There were no additional marks. No footprints around them besides ours. What would make that? Kara asked quietly. I didn't answer, because I didn't know. We stood there longer than we should have, scanning the darkness, as if something might reappear. Nothing did. Back inside the trailer, it felt different. Not haunted, not watched. Just wrong, like the structure had been used. We stayed awake for hours. Every few minutes, one of us would step outside and check again. The night never changed. The air remained still. No distant engines. No weather rolling in. No aftershock. Around 3 a.m., Nate tried convincing himself it was a localized earthquake. But earthquakes don't sound mechanical. They don't vibrate with that steady hum. And they don't leave calm air and parallel ground marks without disturbing anything else. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with us. We slept lightly, boots still on. Morning brought sunlight and birdsong like nothing had happened. The parallel lines were still faintly visible in daylight. We measured the spacing with my boot. Too narrow for a vehicle. Too clean for an animal. Too deliberate for random ground settling. Under the trailer, nothing was damaged. Bolts were tight. Frame intact. The propane tank was normal. The surrounding ground was undisturbed. If you'd shown up that morning with no context, you would have seen a quiet mountain property with 3 tired people drinking coffee. On the drive down, we talked through every possibility. Military test. We were nowhere near a known range. Underground drilling. No equipment. No sound before or after. Atmospheric phenomenon. Doesn't explain the vibration without wind. That's when something else hit me. During the vibration, the sound hadn't come from outside. It felt like it came through the trailer. Like the trailer had been the object vibrating, not the environment around it. As if something had interacted with it directly. I went back alone 2 weeks later. Midday. Clear sky. The trailer looked normal. But when I stood at the front hitch and looked toward a large flat rock near the slope, the rock I'd used as a mental reference point that night, the alignment felt off. Not dramatically, maybe a foot, maybe less, but enough that I measured the distance, and it didn't match what I'd written in my notebook that night. The trailer had shifted slightly. There were no new drag marks, no obvious signs of movement, just that subtle misalignment. I checked the ground carefully. No explanation. I never told Nate or Kara about that part. They'd already decided it was something natural we just didn't understand yet. Something rare, but I've spent enough time outdoors to know the difference between rare and impossible. What happened lasted 45 seconds. A violent mechanical vibration with no environmental cause. The air never moved. The trees never reacted. The world outside stayed perfectly calm, while the trailer shook like it had been gripped by something unseen. And then, it stopped. No fade. No trail. No answer. I still go exploring. I still sleep in remote places. But sometimes when I'm lying in a tent, or inside another old structure, I find myself listening, not for wind, not for animals, for that hum, that deep electric vibration that doesn't belong to weather or earth. I don't know what it was. I don't know what caused it. All I know is that for 45 seconds on a silent Utah mountain, something turned a trailer into a tuning fork, while the rest of the world stood perfectly still, and whatever it was, it didn't need the wind to move. I was 13 the first time something unzipped my bag in the middle of the night. At the time, I was proud of how independent I was. I'd been in Scouts since I was little, and that spring I decided I was ready to start proving it. No more sharing tents. No more sleeping close to the adults. I brought my own pup tent. Small, low, barely big enough for one person in a pack. I set it up right at the edge of the clearing. The rest of the troop pitched their tents in a loose cluster near the fire ring. The adults camped farther back under heavier canvas, but I liked the tree line. It felt more real, like I was actually in the wilderness instead of a supervised campground with latrines and posted trail maps. Behind my tent, the forest started immediately. Pines, dense underbrush, the smell of sap and damp soil. During the day it was peaceful. At night it felt like something pressing close. Just beyond the thin nylon, the evening was normal. Campfire. Songs. Burnt marshmallows. A reminder from the scoutmaster to seal our food and keep critters out of camp. We all laughed about raccoons and went to bed. The night was unusually still. No wind, no rain, just that heavy quiet that makes every small sound feel deliberate. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but I came awake fast like someone had shaken me. At first I thought I'd imagined it. Then I heard it again. Zed zip. Not outside. Inside. The sound was close. Careful. Controlled. The unmistakable teeth-on-track whisper of a zipper being pulled open slowly. My brain tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd rolled over and brushed my own bag. Maybe the tent fabric shifted. Then I heard fabric being moved aside. A soft rummaging sound. My day pack was at my feet. Zip. Another compartment. I didn't move. I couldn't. My heart was pounding so hard it made my sleeping bag tremble. The inside of the pup tent was pitch black. No moonlight leaked through the trees. I could see nothing, but something was between me and the tent flap. I became aware of breathing that wasn't mine. Slow, measured, wet at the edges. The rummaging paused. I forced my hand to move inch by inch until I found my flashlight beside my pillow. It felt enormous in my grip. I clicked it on. The beam exploded inside that tiny space, and it was there, crouched over my open pack. Its skin was green, not bright, not cartoonish, but the deep, damp green of moss growing on the north side of a rock. Its texture looked wrong, faintly veined like a leaf held up to sunlight. Its hair wasn't hair at all. It grew in layered fronds and thin strips, like leaves sprouting directly from its scalp. Some were long and narrow like pine needles. Others were broader, trembling slightly as if reacting to the light. Its back was hunched, knees folded beneath it in a way that didn't seem fully human. In its mouth, it turned toward me slowly, its lips pulled back. The teeth were canine. Not fangs, not exaggerated, just the blunt, powerful teeth of a dog, built for gripping and tearing. Too many of them, packed too tight. Its eyes caught the flashlight beam, but they didn't reflect like an animal's. They absorbed the light in a dull, watery sheen. For a second, we stared at each other in total silence. Then it hissed. Then it hissed. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was a thin, dry expulsion of air, like wind sliding through dead leaves. I saw what it had been doing. My trail mix was set aside, my compass half removed from its pocket, a small tin of mints placed neatly next to a coil of rope. It wasn't scattering my things randomly. It was sorting them, selecting. It lifted one green hand away from the pile. The fingers were jointed strangely, knuckles too pronounced, nails thick and bark-like. It didn't look startled. It looked interrupted. I pushed the flashlight beam closer to its face. The reaction was immediate. Its leaf-like hair shuddered and curled inward. The green skin seemed to ripple, as if a shadow passed beneath it. Its eyes narrowed, the hiss sharpened, and then it vanished. No scramble, no burst of movement, no tearing of tent fabric. 1 second it was crouched there, filling the space. The next second there was nothing but my open pack and the harsh white circle of my flashlight on the nylon floor. I stared at the empty space, unable to process what had just happened. I swept the beam left, right, up toward the tent ceiling. There was nowhere to hide. A pup tent barely has room for one body, let alone two. My breath came in short, shaky pulls. I lunged forward and yanked the tent flap open. Cold night air rushed in. The clearing lay silver under moonlight. The other tents sat undisturbed. No shadows moved between them. No figures darted into the trees. I crawled halfway out and aimed the flashlight at the ground around my tent. No footprints. No disturbed pine needles. Nothing. The forest beyond the tree line stood dark and motionless. I called out once, my voice cracking, but no one answered. No scout stirred. No adult voice asked what was wrong. The woods felt normal again. That was the worst part. I went back inside slowly. My gear was exactly where I'd seen it last. Items carefully pulled out and arranged. I shoved everything back into my pack with shaking hands and zipped every compartment tight. Then I placed the pack inside my sleeping bag against my legs like a shield. I didn't sleep. Every tiny sound, the settling fabric, a distant twig snap felt amplified. I kept the flashlight clutched in my hand until dawn. When the sky finally lightened to gray-blue, I was already sitting up. I packed my tent before anyone else woke. When our scoutmaster saw me carrying my rolled-up shelter across the clearing, he frowned. "Something wrong?" he asked. I told him I thought something had gotten into my bag. I didn't describe what I'd seen. I couldn't. He checked the ground around where my tent had been. No tracks. He examined my bag and the zipper. No damage. Probably a raccoon, one of the other adults said when he joined us. But raccoons don't vanish without sound. They don't sit upright and sort your belongings like they're making choices. The scoutmaster studied my face a little longer than the others. "Set up closer in," he said quietly. I did. The rest of the weekend passed without incident. No one else reported anything strange. No food went missing. No shadows moved between tents. If it had been a prank, someone would have confessed eventually. If it had been an animal, we would have found signs. There were none. I finished out my time in scouts. I earned badges. I camped a few more times. But I never set up near the tree line again. And I never slept as deeply in a tent as I had before that night. What stayed with me wasn't just fear. It was the feeling of being entered. That thin layer of nylon had felt like a boundary. Mine. A small space carved out from the wilderness. Something had slipped through it, as if it wasn't there. Years later, I stopped camping altogether. People assume I outgrew it. They assume adulthood replaced childhood adventure. That's not it. It's the sound. Every once in a while, even indoors, even in the middle of a city, I'll hear a zipper slide open somewhere nearby. A backpack, a jacket, luggage at an airport, and for a split second I'm back in that pup tent. 13 years old, flashlight shaking in my hand, because I know what I saw. Green skin like moss, hair like leaves, dog-like teeth bared inches from my face, and the understanding in its eyes, as it decided whether or not to take something that belonged to me. I don't think it wanted my trail mix. I think it wanted to see what I carried. I think it wanted to know what kind of things humans keep close when they believe they're alone in the woods. And sometimes when I remember how carefully it sorted my belongings, how deliberately it unzipped each compartment, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't stealing. It was learning, waiting for the right night, waiting for the zipper to open again. I've always considered myself the prepared type. Extra fuel can, satellite beacon, paper maps sealed in waterproof sleeves, a trauma kit that could handle everything short of a chainsaw accident. I camp alone, but I don't camp stupid. That's why what happened that night still doesn't sit right with me. I did everything right, and I still walked straight into it. It was late August, peak wildfire season in the Cascades. I'd taken a week off work and driven 3 hours up a decommissioned logging road I'd scouted months before. The place sat above a narrow valley shaped like a bowl, steep timbered slopes on either side. No cell signal, no cabins, no trailheads marked on any public map. Exactly the kind of place I like. I parked my truck on a flattened turnout near the crest, nose facing downhill for a quick exit if needed. Standard practice. By dusk, I had my tent pitched, bare canister hung, and a small stove set up for dehydrated chili. The sky turned a bruised purple. Wind carried that dry, brittle smell you only get when the forest hasn't seen rain in weeks. I noticed the lights around 10:40 p.m. At first, I thought they were stars shifting behind the tree line. But stars don't move horizontally. Two pale white points glided low along the valley floor. Not headlights too high off the ground. Too steady. They blinked once, then disappeared behind a cluster of fir corals. I stood up from my camp chair. A minute passed. Then the lights returned, farther east this time. There was no road down there. I'd checked the satellite imagery. The old logging grades had washed out years ago. I told myself it was ranchers spotlighting deer, except this land was federal. The light stopped, stayed still, as if looking up at me. That's when I made my first mistake. I walked back to my truck to grab my binoculars. When I hit the unlock button on the key fob, the truck responded with a bright blink of hazard lights and a sharp electronic chirp. The sound cracked through the valley like a gunshot. The lights below reacted instantly. They flashed 3 rapid pulses, then vanished. My stomach dropped. I stood there with the binoculars hanging useless at my side, heart pounding in my ears. I just announced myself. I killed every light at my campsite and waited. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid. I crawled into my tent around midnight. Though sleep didn't come easy, I woke to the smell of smoke. Not faint, not distant, thick. I bolted upright and unzipped the tent. The eastern ridge glowed orange, like a false sunrise. Wind had picked up, hot and erratic. Then I heard it. I heard the low, rolling roar of fire moving through timber. I grabbed my headlamp and jogged to the turnout's edge. Flames licked through the valley below in a jagged line, climbing fast. Too fast. Wildfires don't start in neat horizontal strips halfway up a slope. Someone had lit this, and they'd lit it between me and the only drivable way down. The realization hit with cold clarity. They knew I was up here. But I threw my gear into the truck without folding anything. Tent half collapsed, stove still warm. When I turned the key, the engine roared to life. I crept down the road maybe 50 yards before I saw it. A fallen tree. Fresh, clean cut, dropped perfectly across the narrow grade. Blocked. I reversed hard, gravel spitting under the tires, and drove back to the turnout. The fire was already chewing through lower brush, sending embers spiraling upward. I carry an emergency satellite beacon. I'd never used it outside of a test. My thumb hovered over the distress button for maybe half a second before I pressed it. A red LED began blinking, signal transmitting. Rescue wouldn't be instant. Helicopters don't just materialize because you're uncomfortable. I needed a fallback. There's a rocky spine just west of that turnout, rising another 50 feet above the road. Sparse vegetation, less fuel to burn. If the fire climbed, that crest would be my best chance. I grabbed my pack, extra water, and the trauma kit. Left everything else. The hike up took 5 brutal minutes. Smoke rolled in waves now, stinging my eyes. Ash fell like dirty snow. Halfway up the slope, I nearly missed it. A square of plywood, half buried under brush. A boulder positioned unnaturally at its edge. It didn't belong. I would have walked past if the wind hadn't shifted, pushing smoke aside for a split second. That's when I saw a thin line of rope protruding from beneath the board. I froze. Every survival instinct screamed at me to keep moving. Fire first. Curiosity later, but the rope twitched. Not from wind. From below. I dropped to my knees and shoved the boulder aside. It took more strength than I expected. The plywood scraped free with a dull drag. Underneath was a shallow pit, maybe 4 feet deep, and inside, it was a woman. Her wrists were bound in front of her with plastic zip ties, a gag forced between her teeth, dirt smeared across her face, eyes wide and frantic in the beam of my headlamp. For half a second, we just stared at each other through the smoke. Then she made a muffled sound that cut straight through me. I jumped down into the pit. The air was cooler there, but thick with earth and fear. "It's okay," I said, though my voice shook. "I've got you." I sliced the zip ties with my multi-tool and pulled the gag free. She coughed violently. "They're coming back," she rasped. "They said they'd come back." "Who?" "2 men. White truck. They were moving us at night. Us." It was, "Where are the others?" Her eyes flooded. "They took them. I tried to run. They hit me." The fire cracked loudly somewhere below us, close enough that heat pressed against my back. There was no time. I boosted her up first, then hauled myself out. She stumbled, legs stiff from being folded in that hole. "Can you walk?" She nodded weakly. We climbed the remaining stretch to the rocky crest. Flames had already reached the lower road, devouring brush in violent bursts. The fallen tree burned like a fuse. Through the smoke, I saw headlights, a white pickup emerging from the valley's opposite side, moving fast along some hidden access trail I hadn't known existed. They stopped when they saw the fire spread. Then the driver's door opened. Even at that distance, I could feel the calculation happening. They hadn't planned for the fire to move this fast. They hadn't planned for me to survive long enough to be a problem. One of them pointed up toward the ridge, toward us. The woman gripped my arms so hard her nails bit skin. The truck reversed abruptly, disappearing back into the smoke. Minutes later, I heard it, the distant thump of rotor blades. I stepped into the most open part of the rock and waved both arms. The rescue beacon must have pinged the nearest fire response unit. A helicopter crested the ridge from the north, angling toward the blaze. I stripped off my shirt and swung it in wide arcs. The pilot saw us. The chopper circled once, then hovered low enough that wind flattened the grass around us. A rescue tech dropped on a line, face masked against smoke. He took one look at the fire line and shouted over the noise, "You triggered the beacon?" "Yes." "And there's," I pointed downhill, "there's a criminal operation down there. They set this." His eyes narrowed, but he didn't question it. Training takes over in moments like that. They harnessed the woman first. She clung to the tech as they lifted her into the helicopter. When it was my turn, the heat below had grown unbearable. Flames crowned treetops in explosive bursts. As they pulled me up, I looked down one last time. The white truck was gone. By morning, the fire had spread across 3 ridges before crews contained it. News outlets called it a suspicious ignition under investigation. I gave my statement to county deputies, then to federal agents once the trafficking detail got involved. They found tire tracks along an unregistered service road in the valley. Found another concealed pit 50 yards from where I'd found her. Empty. The woman's name was Elena. She'd been reported missing 2 weeks earlier from a town over 100 miles away. The men in the white truck were arrested 3 days later at a checkpoint set up for fire evacuations. They were trying to pass through with 2 women in the back seat. Claiming they were family, I went back up that logging road once. Months later, after the burn scar cooled, and investigators finished their sweep, the turnout was still there. Blackened, silent. From the crest, I could see how close it had all been. If I hadn't hit that unlock button. If I hadn't been curious about those lights. If I hadn't climbed that ridge instead of staying with my truck. Preparedness helps. But sometimes survival comes down to a single accidental beep in the dark. And every time I camp alone now, when night falls and I see distant lights where there shouldn't be any, I don't reach for my binoculars. I reach for silence. I reach